Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is April 27th. It is 2025 on the ancient moon calendar. It's 2026 on the ancient sun calendar. It is 5785 on the ancient Hebrew Israelite calendar. 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar, and millions and trillions and millions of years on the ancient Moorish calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the sovereign living justices and Egosum Pauline Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is like tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal natural living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet, and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American empire state, the Moroccan Empire. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We are ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earthwide Article 3, Living Moorish American Consular Court. We are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign ancient Article 3, Living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, trustors rather, creditors, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action, and our system is the trustee. We are peace, we are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign divine ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. We are war, and we are all eternal, original, sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc, Islam. So we're going to share our screen here. And we're going to, our topic is going to be regarding revocation of contracts. Revocation of contracts. This is a mature topic. In other words, it is for those who know who they are, those who are well versed with the 40-something documents that we've placed on the public record, and those who have been demonstrating, and again, you know, we cannot tell sovereigns what to do, but we can encourage you to be yourself on your own land. That's number one. And number two, to always, always, always demonstrate at the level of your overstanding. Okay? We're making these statements because, again, this is something, this topic and this demonstration is for mature heirs. And here's the thing about that, is most of us, and I would venture to state that all of us have already done this demonstration at least once. And then we re-invoked jurisdiction when we realized what we were doing. Okay? So what we're talking about here is it has everything to do with accessing things, accessing the system, but keeping our system uncorrupted. That's what this is about. Because right now, we must put paper documents on everything. We've seen recently even some of our teachers access, and I'll put this in air quotes, services, but still remain sovereign and uncorrupted. We have done our due diligence in coming out of a system that wasn't really a system, okay? We've done our due diligence there. We've done our due diligence. We came out of that fraud. And now what we will to do is to access things on our vast estate, but access them properly. Okay. So with that being stated, we're going to look at, and let's just talk about it. We will to hear how you feel about it, because this Congress is a priority with all processes. Let's say, for example, and we've done successful demonstrations, and we've seen successful demonstrations done this way, where, see, before, let's just talk about before, what happened before in the previous era. Any contract that we signed, we went into it without full disclosure, every one of us. None of us had full disclosure in the previous era about who we were going into a contract. Therefore, when we went into a contract, we always came out debtors for some reason, or usually debtors. Okay? And we were all debtors anyway because we didn't have title to anything as Negro, Black, Colored, and African American, because Negroes, Black, Colored, and African Americans cannot own anything because they don't have the ability to create anything, particularly title, in that state of statelessness. So the process we're looking at now, that we're feeling comfortable about it, is contracting, but not really, because it's not. I wouldn't even call it contracting, but we'll say contracting for the sake of this topic. Contracting, and then using the 3-day revocation law to revoke the contract. Empress Shernette, hopefully I'm not putting you on the spot by just even asking just to give a brief overview of how you did that process, if you don't mind, Empress.
Okay. Well, as you said, 3 days. I basically I have a very powerful affidavit, revocation affidavit that I use, and I just sent that by registered mail with my lawful documents, my appellation and contract terminations and so forth, all the moorishe documents that I have put together. Mm-hmm. So I sent that to the Minister of Transport, and I also sent it to the individual who claimed to be the in charge Minister for Business and so forth. So I basically did that, and then I put it out on the public record.
So you signed a contract for a product?
Yes, I did, because I had no choice. They weren't giving me any other choice. but to do so.
Mm-hmm.
So, and to be honest with you, living is paramount to me because I take pride in living, and I believe that I need to maintain my well-being, and live freely. So I did so with the plan to just revoke it within the 3 days, which is what I did.
And to me, that makes the difference in what you did and this process is that we're going into the process with full intention of revocation from the very beginning. I found some things out about revocation that just, this was the way, what we're talking about right now is the way it was supposed to be from the beginning in the first place when we said, United States, come and do services. This is what was supposed to happen. At the time of the signing of the contract, there was supposed to be an automatic cancellation given to us to cancel it before the 3-day period. That was automatic. It was supposed to be given to us at the time. A cancellation form, a revocation form.
Yes, because I was a mortgage agent. I work in the capacity as a mortgage agent, and that was a condition that we learned, in the law, that
Yes.
Within 3 days the client can, even if the client make a deposit, the client
Yes.
can, given the latitude to cancel within 3 days. So
Yes.
I just capitalized on that,
That was our window. Okay, so let me just say this. This is what we're looking at. For example, if you go to get a conveyance, an automobile, and you sign the contract to do so, but you sign it with perfected rights or with your rights reserved, and we don't reserve our rights, we use them every time. So we say all rights perfected. Then
right.
you get whatever you're going to get, whatever it is, an automobile or whatever it is. Mm-hmm. Then you use the 3-day cancellation rule or the cooling off period. And this is the part about, because as I looked at this and as the ancestors were kind of unfolding this to us, I was saying, well, isn't that a bit dishonest to go into it knowing that you're not going to pay? The ancestors said, no, it's not. Just keep studying and look. This is not a privilege. It's a right for you to cancel it. It's a right. It's not a privilege. And it's based on location, which is jurisdiction. So the 3-day cancellation rule or cooling off period allows consumers, and we know we're not consumers, we're producers, to cancel certain contracts within 3 business days of signing. This applies to contracts made outside the seller's usual place of business. And to us, that's why we say spell out the address, spell everything out, because that's automatically going to place the sale back in the proper jurisdiction and outside of the usual place of business. The right to cancel extends until midnight of the 3rd business day after the sale. And then it says to cancel a contract under the 3-day cooling off rule, you generally need to provide written notice, which for us is affidavit, to the seller within 3 business days of the contract date. This notice should be mailed by certified mail. That's our mailing process. Return receipt, and we don't request it. It's a part of the process. Postmarked before midnight of the 3rd business day. Some exceptions apply, such as sales made online, by phone, by mail, whatever. We do everything in writing anyway. And then here is a more detailed breakdown. Now, first, this says also it does some exceptions involving real estate, insurance, or securities. Well, we get to say how we use the cooling off period. Okay. especially on our land. And that's the purpose of the address piece being correct all the time, because it's a trust. And then they say something about ensure the contract meets the criteria. The 3-day cooling off period rule typically applies to sales made at your home at a location other than the seller's normal place of business, or where a salesperson makes a presentation in your home. We're always on our home land. Always on our homeland. That's, again, why the address is so important, is because everything we do will fit this. Obtain a cancellation form. We don't have to do that. We create our own. The seller is required to provide you with 2 copies of a cancellation form at the time of the sale. How many of you, when you purchase conveyances and things like that in the previous era, automatically got a cancellation form at the time of the sale? I know I didn't.
Not I.
They did not. There was not a need for us to know that, because they knew we weren't going to cancel anything. That cancellation is for, and revocation is for those who have is for the original creditor, really. This is an original creditor move. So that's why we can take their contract, reserve and exercise, and I don't even say that on mine. I say all rights perfected at all times, nunc pro tunc. And I sign that way continuously in blue ink. I always bring my own ink pen in blue ink, and that's everywhere I go anyway. Even if I'm not signing anything, I do that. Bring my own pen. Even when the subject in the office of postman comes to my door, they always want to hand you a pen or something of that nature. I just come to the door with a pen, because I'm always going to all rights perfected, nunc pro tunc, and all of that, and spell everything out. I'm always going to do that. It says if they don't give you a cancellation form at the time of sale, you can write your own notice of cancellation. This tells me that we were supposed to be doing this anyway. Then it says fill out and sign the cancellation form, and again, we're going to do ours by court action. Send the cancellation notice by certified mail. Mail the form or your written notice to the seller's address of cancellation. Now, this part is where we use the proper address for them also. In other words, we're going to spell everything out for them too. Now, that was a question that I had, Empress Shernette, about when you mailed it. How did you reflect their address?
Just follow the same principles, the same rules that we're using, where we spell out everything and put them on the land. You know, I spell out everything and bracket the zip code. That's basically how I did it.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you, Empress, did you provide any financial statements or bank account statements or W-2s or anything of that nature?
What I did was, my daughter is still in the system.
Mm-hmm.
So, I allowed her, because I didn't want to compromise what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So I allowed her to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And then after inquired, if there's they have a system that allows give recognition to someone like me, because I didn't have all the. I just knew I wanted an automobile, right? And they basically turned me down flat. So I just used my daughter. She used her information, and then after she did, because I know the law, the 3-day law, I just exercised the 3-day law. So yes, we had to provide financial information.
So, as it stands right now, we do have proof of funds, and we talked about that previously. Proof of funds, and so that's where the financial stuff comes in at. From our perspective, we're just going to use the proof of funds that we have. where we wrote a $10 million check. We created the check and everything, and we wrote the check, and the system accepted that check. That is called proof of funds.
Oh, yes.
So
if you have that, then that would be great to use. Once you have any form of statement that can prove that you have some credit.
Yes. So let's see. Of course, it says here to postmark the notice before midnight of the third business day. Ensure your cancellation notice is postmarked prior, by midnight. Keep records. Retain a copy of the cancellation form and the return receipt, which we do all of that anyway because it's using our system. And then it says the written confirmation must provide an address where a cancellation notice may be sent and an explanation of your cancellation rights. Again, cancellation is not a privilege, it's a right. We have the right to do it. Okay? You may cancel the contract within 3 business days after you receive written confirmation of the sale. So the written confirmation, again, our banking sheet, first and foremost, with regard to even proof of funds, Moors, we can create our own proof of funds using nationalized, let's say Bank of America or Chase Bank or any of those logos. We can create proof of funds with those, okay, and autograph them. Let's just take a look here. Yeah, this is just some information that we saw with, and again, Moors, you don't have to do this demonstration if you don't feel comfortable doing it. We're going to do it because we feel comfortable demonstrating because we know we are. Anyway, and that's not to say that those who choose not to do it don't know. But what we're saying is we're confident, we feel safe and protected by the information that we have and the ancestors within us. So this is, and I'll put this link in the chat so that those who will to at least do the study on this particular demonstration can do their study, the same study that we've done. Some of the most important aspects of cancellation or revocation, we can say revocation or cancellation, is identity. Who are they and who are you? Now, let's talk about that for just a moment. Remember that here, we'll just go to reasons for cancellation. Let's see. Just a moment. We're jumping a little bit ahead of what we have written. Reasons for effective cancellation of a contract is the following. Let's see. Let's go to this page here. I will to show you the reasons for cancellation that are said. We'll look at, let's see. So one of the reasons for cancellation, in other words, why would you cancel a contract? Contracts can be canceled based on incompetence, or if someone is not of the legal age. Remember that. Now, Morris, think about what an all capitalized name it represents. An all capitalized name is considered a minor. Is that correct? An incompetent one at that. Let's go to let's prove that really quickly. Let's go to Title 4, Federal Rule for Civil Procedure. We'll look at Part 16. This is about parties. Okay. So here it is that it says right here, minor or incompetent person. Minors and incompetent persons must have the following to represent them because they cannot speak for themselves. And minor and incompetent person, if you'll notice, they have it written in all capital letters. So any corporation, quote unquote, issuing or having contracts being done and they're using all capital letters, that means they're incompetent and a minor. That means they have no business contracting at all. That is the basis for cancellation. Because we've already said, no capital letters. So that's the basis for the cancellation. Islam, Empress Shasha.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
It makes complete sense. How does this affect, and we can change anything at any time, yes. But we suspended capitalization.
We did. And
okay.
We did that first for us first.
Correct.
Okay. That means that even going into the to the contracting phase, it doesn't apply to us. That's automatically going to make us the majority in the contracting process.
Right, because it's been suspended for everybody else. So in fact, we're not contracting because we are actually, they don't own anything. They're not sellers. They're subjects. Everything is already prepaid and belongs to us.
Yes.
We're really demonstrating and recording an action, which is our right.
It's a right.
But we're going through steps that are now revenued.
Yes.
We say so. We state it.
Yes.
So we're really accessing our resources our way, in fact, in law, by right.
Yes. And that's why we say make sure you have all those 40-something documents on the public record and that you get it, who you really are. They don't, see, those places don't have the authority to even move money around. That's why they don't move money around.
Well, that's it. They don't. They actually don't have the authority to do anything without our command.
And they never have done anything without our assent and command. We have to know that.
Yeah, no, I'm not disputing that at all.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Well, I know you get it, Empress Shasha. I was talking about like those who are hearing this who may not have known that we have always had to give permission. You know that already, so you know, Empress Sasha. Yeah.
It be considered as retrospective correction as well, because it wasn't done correctly in the first place. So you, as the fiduciary, making the correction within reasons, you know, in the 3 days.
Yes.
So that's really,
just 1 minute, Empress Aisha. If you hold for just a minute, I want to make sure Empress Shernette has completed her statement. We will to hear each and every one.
Yeah, it could be deemed as retrospective correction to the faulty transaction, because it was faulty.
Yes, we did do faulty stuff in the acts in the previous era. Faulty actions. We didn't go in with full disclosure or any of that, or the right status.
Yeah,
right. And not only that too, because it could be ignorance on their part, and them being gatekeepers. I mean, it doesn't make sense to go in and try to educate them, because they're gonna think you're crazy, right? So with having that understanding and know that the way they're doing it is not the correct way of doing things, you maintain the peace and just act in law, right? Okay. Do what you're lawfully allowed to do, and as you will it to be anyway. So it's just your right that you're exercising in any case.
Right. Now I'll say this too. I realize now, looking back at what the actor Donald Trump was doing all those years, he was using this same process to get away from the people who were chasing him because he signed contracts with them.
He also knew that there were not contracts. A contract requires 2 signatures. It needs to be, mutually understood by both a full disclosure, wet ink signatures. I mean, all of those things. So he knew the system.
Yes.
And was working the system using our processes and our status.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but now
he never once paid any of those contractors the way that they thought they were going to get paid. But you know what? In looking back at it, they got consideration, and that's why he didn't even bother. He didn't bother to pull out his wallet, quote unquote.
Well, because they would never have been paid anyway if he handed them fiat.
Thank you. He knew that.
He knew the system. This was, they set up a game overlaying our system, and they're the only ones who knew the rules. Well, they're not the only ones who knew the rules, because some of us knew the rules. And those of us who were ignorant of the fact, well, we didn't. But we also, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Is no excuse.
So there comes our consent, even though it was ignorant and uninformed. But I yield.
Yeah, see, fraudulent in the first place. From the beginning, it was fraudulent. So
it was.
Yes.
For anybody to be claiming to be the creditor other than us, and us knowing that going in, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. It's a shadow. That's black ink. It's a shadow.
It's a shadow.
We fear no evil, and evil backwards is, or evil frontwards is live, or live, live. It's live. Listen, the writer of that, David, knew that.
Can I speak now?
Oh, yes, Empress Aisha. Yes, Empress, go ahead. I apologize. I just wanted to make sure we heard all of Empress. Yes, please, Empress.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going to say the only real creditor in any situation would have been us. And because their system was fraudulent, there is no time limit on fraud. It can be canceled at any time.
Yes.
So that means any contract that we had in the past, period, can go back and be canceled.
Of course.
I'll say, well, fraud.
That's what non-pro-tunc means. It means now for then.
Okay. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Empress, thank you so much, and we love to hear from you at all times.
Thank you.
Islam. You have to excuse sometimes we get so excited we forget to come back to and yield the floor. we apologize for that, Empress. So yes, and more, yes.
Yes.
Islam in percentage.
That's the reason why I love the cancellation of all corporate contracts, because it gives you a clean slate. That document is clean. Islam.
Yes. That's one of the things that the ancestors really just put in our spirit, is that you're starting clean, clear. And then and not only that, your authority is not just on the record, but it's in your spirit. You know. And then those that are issuing contracts, they're not even issuing them of their own. They're not issuing them of their own. The original creditor has spoken. Period. So now let's here a minor or incompetent person has to be represented by someone, and we don't represent. We just present because we're the fiduciaries. We present ourselves as such because that is who we are. We're the fiduciaries. We're the conservators. We're the committee. We're the guardians. We're all of that. Okay. And again, where identity is concerned, because that's what this is about. That's what this Federal Rule for Civil Procedure is about, for civic procedure. We say Federal Rule for Civic Procedure because it has to do with the law. Empress Lineal, did you have something? Islam. Again, an action must be, and they say prosecuted, we say an action must be stated in the name of the real party in interest. Now, we own all names, okay? So when it talks about the following may sue in their own names, that means the names they own, without joining the person for whose benefit the action is brought. That means nobody can say that I'm their Pauline Ritchie. That I'm not. My Pauline Ritchie is owned by me. It's words, it's letters. The letter killeth, but the spirit maketh alive. It's in the book. So identities, proper identification of the party is key. And because we have placed our identity on the public record for all the world to see, then there's no question about who's who and what's what in any contracting situation. Put your nationality on the public record at any time the Spirit prompts you to do so, do it. Because see, now it's known who we are. So now we can do what we should have been doing in the previous era anyway. We can now go and we can sign whatever we're going to sign, and we have our rights are perfected on the public record. Rights are perfected by control. That means whoever controls your rights has perfected them and can use your rights. Well, that's us. We use our own rights. And we give our person rights because we're the people. So As always, everything that we do starts with proper identification of the parties, because guess what? This is still a court action. It's still a court action. And fortunately for many of us, any place that we would go to do a contract, we've already liened, levied, and bonded that place years ago as we were continuing to demonstrate who we are. So let me show you some things here. We looked at 16 Code for Federal Regulation 429D. Let's put that in the chat so that you can look that up as well. And if you'll take just a moment to look at that, we'll be right back. Just take just a moment to look at that CFR, that notice, and we'll go ahead and pull it up here as well. This is what we saw here. Hold for just one moment. Just a moment. Okay. Okay. So we just took a break so that everyone can not a break, but so that everyone can pull this up. It's 16 Code for Federal Regulation 429D. This is what it says. You, the buyer, and again, these titles, we are who we state that we are. We spell the word buyer B-U-Y-O-R. That's the real word. That's the real way to spell it, to spell that word buyer. So let's make sure we put that on the screen. May cancel this transaction at any time prior to midnight of the third business day after the date of this transaction. See the attached notice of cancellation form for an explanation of this right. It's a right. That means we were supposed to be doing it anyway. What it says here is that those who were supposedly selling things were supposed to furnish each buyer at the time the buyer signs the contract or agrees to buy consumer goods or services from the seller a completed form in duplicate captioned either notice of right to cancel or notice of cancellation. So we were supposed to be told that you have the right to cancel this. Now, the right to cancel doesn't mean you give back whatever it is. That's not what cancellation is. Cancellation is the contract is canceled on that property. And it was supposed to be done according to this Code for Federal Regulation. It was supposed to be done where in 10-point bold-faced type. Now listen to this. The following information and statements in the same language as that used in the contract. Now, Morris, listen to me about this language thing, because see, if all we had to do was think about the language, we never spoke dead English. We've always been speaking ancient English. That means that each word is defined according to our intention for that word, even and especially in contracting. So recently we were presented with some papers that we willed to sign, but this is the first time in many years that we signed something that we did not write. Recently we did this. Of course, we said all rights perfected at all times, nunc pro tunc, with each signature. It was something that our consort is participating in and doing. But we went in knowing we're the creditor and knowing that is financed by us and all of that. But what we did then too is when it came to dating the contract, we dated it in Roman numerals. Because again, we're speaking ancient English. We could have dated it in Arabic or French or whatever else. We could have dated it however we chose to date it and autograph it. So we dated it in using the Roman numerals, the ancient Roman date. Because from our perspective and from the perspective at law, that contract was written in ancient English once we said, okay, each word in this means exactly what we say it means, and it's going to be what we intend for it to be. Somebody somewhere knows that the language that the contract is written in is according to whoever has the wherewithal to state that what the language is. However you find it, is going to be the language, Islam nobility.
All right, so I want you to explain this in light of what you're saying. Renouncing U.S. citizenship, if you want to be stateless or adopt another nationality, if you want to give up your citizenship, you must go through a legal process called renunciation. Steps to renounce U.S. citizenship. Number one, obtain citizenship in another country so you don't become stateless. Number two, make an appointment at a U.S. embassy or consulate. Somebody echoing, get to the echo. I don't know what's causing that. Make an appointment at a U.S. embassy or consulate in another country. Number three, complete Form DS 4079, request for determination of possible loss of U.S. citizenship. Number 4, pay the fee, currently $2,350. Number 5, swear an oath of renunciation. Number 6, receive a certificate of loss of nationality, CLN. Warning, once renounced, you lose all rights as a U.S. citizen. Passport, voting, governmental protection, etc. You would also need a visa to re-enter the U.S. I don't know if you got that.
What's the question?
So I'm just saying, in light of you're saying renouncing, like whatever it is, this is saying how they suggest it to be the steps that they have versus what you're saying, just putting it on the public record.
So were you ever truly a U.S. citizen? Were you ever truly that?
Well, technically, yes, because when we became, like in Canaan land here, we take an oath for citizenship, which is part of the U.S., and ends under the crown and ends the queen. We make an oath to her, and it's on the back of our citizenship. Yes, it's on the back of our citizenship thing that you can read, the oath that you take, and that is how you get contracted. It is without your knowledge, but at the same time, the fact is that once you have taken on citizenship, you have technically entered into contract.
So if you take an oath to be an elephant, will that make you one? I'm just asking so that you will think about what you're saying.
Yeah, but in this case, we're talking about there's a corporation that encourages people to become members of their corporation. They give you privileges and responsibilities and duties, and you agree to it, hence you take an oath to uphold the statutes and the codes and to abide by the terms of their that society, let's say, right? So it's not a matter of being an elephant. If you agree to something and you take an oath to something, then you are based. That's what they're hold. That's why they hold you to those things. Even though, yes, I agree that it was done in fraud because there was no proper disclosure. But the fact is, someone earlier said, ignorance of the law is no excuse. So you took an oath.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse means that even though you ignorantly took that oath, that still does not make you an elephant. Ignorance of the law is not where they get to hold that over you, because trust and know that if you really were being treated as a U.S. citizen, you could have been able to quote the Constitution and them not arrest you. That's how you know it's fraud. That's how you know it's not real. We have rights. If we're appealing to someone else for them to enforce our rights, then there's no sovereignty there on our part if we did that. So even though you thought that you gave consent, they said, we don't want your consent. We're not, because you're not that and you're not ever going to be that. Dred Scott. You've heard of the Dred Scott decision, haven't you?
Yeah.
Okay. That was them saying, we don't care how much you claim to be a U.S. citizen or someplace free. If you're still using the wrong terminology, then too bad. Nope. Go be enslaved again. Go back to your masters. If you're coming to us and thinking we're the court, you go back to your master, and we're going to send you back to him until you realize you're the law.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So whenever we become a part of citizens, become a citizen of any system, state, country, whatever,
You can't, I don't care if you say it, you can't. They'll give you the illusion of it. You can have the illusion of it, but you'll never be a U.S. citizen. Never.
Right.
You'll never be a citizen of Canada. If you're a citizen, who's the government?
You vote, so you have accepted for, when you vote, you're simply saying, I am electing somebody to manage my affairs, a member of parliament. That is why if you get locked up, like they did to me at the border, they were asking me to get a lawyer. I said no. They asked me to get my member of parliament, and I said no, because I was not given into their jurisdiction.
Because you're not a citizen. They were saying, be a citizen, be a citizen. That's what they were saying. They were saying, you can't speak for yourself. You got to have somebody speaking for you.
Right.
Okay? And you just said, no, I'm not doing that. I speak for myself. And they're like, okay, well, we can't hold him then. We got to let him go.
That's correct. Yeah.
So again, you tried to be a citizen, but they said no. Then, and this is how you know it's a game. But then when something happens, they say, no, get a lawyer or have someone else speak for you. And when you say no, and you say, I don't want to play that game, because that's what no means, I'm not your actor, then they have to take hands off and let you go.
Mm-hmm.
You see how that works? How even no matter whether they say you're a citizen or you say you're a citizen, you're still not.
That's fantastic. I agree with you, but you see, like I said, I have come to understand, and most of us by now understand that
you have to speak for yourself, because
that is correct. We never speak for someone; we speak for ourselves. That's perfect. Yeah. So I was just saying that, but now you met the wolf got me. I don't remember what I was gonna say.
When you think of it, just really, no matter what, you can't be inferior to who you really are.
Mm-hmm.
You can act like it and you can try to be, but it's just not going to happen. The system.
I remember now. So I was going to say, the system feeds on our ignorance.
No, not yours, not ours.
Well, okay, let me rephrase that. The system feeds on people's ignorance of the law or their rights.
Persons' ignorance. Persons. People cannot be ignorant. Persons are ignorant. That's where the ignorance comes in at. Because that's what systems recognize, is persons. Until the people speak. And when the people speak, the system does what the people say.
You think?
I don't just think. We've proven that.
And I believe that.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that they test your resolve, though? They will test your resolve.
That's not a belief. They can't do anything. It's the system that does that. Mm-hmm. All they do is look at a piece of paper that was spit out from a computer, and whatever the system says, they look at that piece of paper and they just read it.
Sure, correct.
They don't do anything. They don't provoke any actions at all. It's a system.
Mm.
So no, I don't believe that that they cause us to do things. They can't make me mad. They can't make me a citizen. They can't make me pay. Because it's not even they're subjects. They don't even have any say so. All they do is wait for a piece of paper to print off on a printer each morning. And then they say, oh, this paper says we have to do this and that, so let's call Pauline Ritchie in all capital letters in black ink. And then they realize, oh, we can't call the real one, so I don't know. We can't do anything. We have to stop. I can't say we because we're not doing it. The living has to stop pretending to be dead. That's the best way I can put that. Stop giving credit where credit is not due.
Mm-hmm. And what's interesting? You're in a situation. Let's say I'm in a situation, or you're in a situation, and
use you as an example.
No, I'm using you. I'm using you too.
Because you need to personalize this. Because I noticed, Justice Willie, when you're speaking, when you're speaking, and people do this a lot, when they're speaking about things that make them uncomfortable, they neutralize their uncomfortability by saying y'all and them. They neutralize their uncomfortability with that truth.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we say if you use your own self and your own issues and examples and things, use yourself as the example, it's going to personalize it, and it's going to cause some cognitive dissonance. It will cause some of that, but it will also cause you to think about you and what's going on with you so that you can know that you are the remedy. You're the problem and you're the solution. That's why we say that.
All right, say no.
I yield the floor.
Say no more.
Yeah, I yield the floor.
Say no more. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
that means you're absorbing what's being said. That's what that means.
No, it's not a lack of understanding, right? I was just gonna make the point that when someone said get a lawyer, I'm saying there is no hearsay in court. So how is the lawyer is not depending on hearsay when you were there in your situation? Who is best to speak about the situation than you? So why should I get a third party to speak for me? It makes no sense. That's all I was gonna say.
You know, Justice Willie, that's a beautiful point, because if we assign a mouthpiece to speak for us, we're muting ourselves. And we're not going to do that, because here's the thing. This is what they're saying when they say get a lawyer. They're saying give somebody else your title. Delegate yourself. That means cut your own legs off so that you don't go nowhere.
Right.
And when we speak for ourselves, then the only way they can hear us is as subject to us. That's the only way they can hear it. They cannot hear us speaking and claim to be equal. Let me say that. Let me just hold on, Ms. Willie. Let me put so that the distortion is not there, so we can hear what I'm about to say again. The only way that any fake actor who was acting as judge or police or any of that, the only way they can actually hear us, the sovereign, speak is when they're in subject status. Other than that, they can't hear us. So then they wanted us to assign a mouthpiece that they can hear and mute us, a lawyer, someone acting as a lawyer, acting as a judge. They're saying, sovereign, be quiet, because if you speak, I got to do what you say. And that's not the game I want to play today. That's the point.
Correct. No, you're correct, and it's about taking an introspective look in the entire playground, the entire court, so to speak, how it operates, and to see it in the light in which they operate. And I am aware that it's a very fictional world. Everything in their world is fictional, and it's unreal. It's like a game, but it's a dangerous game that they have been playing with people's lives over the years, because they do take living men and women in a fake court, and when they come there and act as the person, then they get in trouble.
Right. You acting as the person.
You join the acting. Yeah, you join the acting. You agree to be an actor, and so they say, okay, here's your part. We're going to throw you in jail, your physical body. So, yeah.
Yeah. So just don't act with them. Don't participate in their theater. That's all. And you are actually allowed to say that. I'm not participating in your theater. I am your God.
Yeah.
I created you.
Yep.
And I've even told them in the past, you can stop acting now. I'm here. and they shut up. They actually shut up.
Or they, you know what I see they do some from time to time when like I end up in their court a few times. When you say the right thing, they take a break and come back and change their hat like 22 minutes later, and they're gonna see if you're gonna stick to your guns. And if you don't stick to your guns, then you give them back jurisdiction. I've seen it acted out a lot of times, but it's all a play, but it's a dangerous game.
It's only dangerous if you agree to be their person. Other than that,
correct. That's correct. That's 100% correct. Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And that's why we're stating what we're stating about the contracting piece and all of this is we feel and we know that we are safe because we're not ever going to be their person. Even in this contracting piece, when we perfect all rights at all times, you're still saying, I'm not your person and I'm not going to be your person. In fact, you're my person. I own you. And that's to any like subjects in the office of car dealer, subject in the office of realtor, subjects in the office of seller, someone selling something. So according to the 16 Code for Federal Regulation 429D, we had a right to cancel. And the difference between the notice of right to cancel and the notice of cancellation is one of them actually cancels and the other one is saying, I have the right to cancel. We go ahead and cancel. Now, according to this same Code for Federal Regulation, look, they even tell you what to say. They even tell you the language to use to cancel. And then they say, when you say it this way, just sign it like this. But see, again, we changed the spelling of some of this stuff based on the definitions of the words that, we assign the definition.
If you don't mind, what article, what are you reading from here?
This is 16 Code for Federal Regulation 429D. And I put the link in the chat, but I can put it in there again if you will to just take a look at this.
Sure. And you know what? I had a question for you earlier. Just let me indulge you a minute. Can you say for whom the UCC code was written for?
The ones that we wrote are written for us and everybody, the whole earth. The ones that you saw out there previously was not the actual code. That was a suggestion and a draft, and it was our job to restate it properly and make it the law.
Okay.
So anything that you see out there that you didn't write is just a draft. It's a suggestion, and then you decide whether it's going to apply to you or not, and you put the words to it. Mm-hmm. And that's what we've done where these types of contracts and cancellations are concerned, is we had to put on the public record who we really are and what our authority is and whose court anything is going to be litigated in. Okay? Before you get into any commerce, you have to know that your court is doing the litigation, quote unquote. And I say quote unquote because litigation is really just a court action. But see, we spoke by court action from the beginning. That's what putting all of those documents on the public record did for us. It says that anything that has to do with any offers out there, any offers are automatically in our court from the very beginning. That's even according to the treaty. The treaty states that any trials or actions between Moors and citizens, any actions between Moors and citizens, the consul must decide if there's any controversy. So we just pre-decided by putting court actions on the public record and stating we're the judges, we're the currency controllers, we're the governors, we're the law enforcement, we're all of that. Now let's party with that information. We can do some things with that, but we must know what we're doing going in. The creditor can cancel a transaction or an action at any time because jurisdiction can be invoked at any time. So we can also revoke at any time. If we can invoke at any time, we can certainly revoke at any time. You know.
Islam,
Empress.
Looking at what you have just been reading here, and if it was even written that they were supposed to provide a duplicate form, notice of cancellation, then they're already in breach. Is that not a reason for cancellation? You don't, I mean, even as we can do whatever we will to do, but there's a reason right there.
According to contract law, it's void ab initio anyway.
Exactly. Notwithstanding, I mean, what begins in fraud remains in fraud, and yeah.
All of that.
I mean, yeah. So, I mean, in truth, what we are doing is processes for the system, because in truth, in fact, in law, it's void ab initio, as if it didn't ever happen. But for the system,
yes,
we do
what we're doing is putting our proper person where systems are concerned.
Where systems are. Right. We're actually taking control back of a previously corrupted system. So we are.
There it is.
Back everything.
And we can do it over and over and over and over again. Empress Saba says minors can't create contracts. Correct. That's what we're saying. That even if they hand you a piece of paper and say sign right here, we just go Pauline Ritchie, all rights perfected at all times, nunc pro tunc. We never, ever, ever sign anything without those statements being attached to our signature. They are a part of our name.
Are they not parolees also?
Say again, Empress?
Are they not parolees also?
And we don't even do business with parolees.
Right.
So then they're subjects now.
Right.
In the office of.
Okay.
You got it, Empress. Criminals can't contract. How about that? How about that? That is omnific, isn't it, Empress?
It really is.
Because to be a criminal, you got to be in debt to somebody for something you did or didn't do.
Now, they were just backwards all the way around.
And all we had to do was attorney it.
Okay.
That's all.
In other words, flip it back over to the right side.
Yes. Yes. It says here, you may cancel this transaction without any penalty or obligation. Now think about the Constitution and what it says. All debts and obligations previous to this Constitution, they're still responsible for them. Isn't that in the Constitution? It says within 3 business days from the above date. If you cancel any property traded in, now this is the part I will for us to talk about too, because of course when they make a statement, they're going to try and make it seem like they have rights to pull things back, but they don't, and we'll prove that. It says, if you cancel any property traded in, any payments made by you under the contract or sale, and again, you can never be under the contract or the sale because it's not even theirs. It says, and any negotiable instrument executed by you will be returned within 10 business days following receipt by the seller of your cancellation notice. And any security interest arising out of the transaction will be canceled. That means that any security interest, any interest that they had in it is canceled at the same time. So that means they have no claim at all. And then it says, if you cancel, you must make available to the seller at your residence. We're not residents. We don't have a residence. We have domicile. It says, in substantially as good condition as when received, any goods delivered to you under this contract or sale, or you may, if you wish, comply with the instructions of the seller regarding the return shipment of the goods at the seller's expense and risk. The seller is already in debt and cannot take on not one penny in expenses. They don't have any money for that. It says if you do not make the goods available to the seller and the seller does not pick them up within 20 days of the date of your notice of cancellation, you may retain, that means you can keep or dispose of the goods without any further obligation. And I'll tell you this, and this is why the address is so important, is that no dead corpse can come and claim something on a living address. That's why we spell everything out. And we state that we're not in any two-letter state. And on the contract, write the address all the way out. Spell everything all the way out so that they won't be thinking, oh, she's in a two-letter state. We got her. You can't even come to my door. You can't find the door because it's not under the sea. It's on the land. So there is no, and we can restate this notice of cancellation any way that we choose, and we're going to do that. We're going to restate that and have it ready so that we'll go and do the demonstration. And it's not even a demonstration; it's action, court action. Do the court action because I wondered. Listen, I wondered how is it? At what point were they able to come anywhere and take anything from the Moors? At what point was that even an act? How did that act take place? It was paperwork. It was the illusion of paperwork. It was the illusion of office.
Signing fraudulent contracts that they already knew what they were going to do before we signed them.
Yes. They knew they was not trying to be fair and do none of that. But we didn't reserve rights. We didn't know who we were. We didn't know we were the original creditors. We didn't know any of that. And then it says here, I hereby cancel this transaction, date, and then by yours signature. So we would restate this and spell everything properly because their spelling is it's like it's 5-year-old trying to spell stuff. Or 3-year-old or 2-year-old. That's not us. So in summary, where the 3-day revocation based on the following is concerned, this is what we're basing the 3-day revocation on. Jurisdiction is invoked at any time by affidavit. Is the offerer competent to contract? No, they're not. Is the offerer a minor? Yes, they're a minor. And bankrupt. In other words, not even subjects in the office of have access to wealth. They're subjects. They don't have access to wealth. They have access to all that we state they have access to. Number 2, the Christ entered the tomb for 3 days and rose after the 3-day period. That's what this 3 days is about. Except that we're not entering a tomb. We're not dead. We're not even claiming to be dead. We're going in with our eyes wide open, knowing who we are. We're not pretending to be a U.S. citizen when we do this because we know we're not. We can't be. Period. Never could be, even according to the Constitution, we can't be. Number 3, it's going to always be 16 Code for Federal Regulation 429.3D, which is what we just looked at. Number 4, Romans, the 8th chapter, verses 1 and 2. That was supposed to be 2 there. 1 and 2. And 2 Corinthians 3 and 6. And we can take a look at those really quickly as well after we go through this list. We also are referring to the Fifth Amendment takings clause or takings law in the Constitution. The Constitution, the Fifth Amendment takings law. The Fifth Amendment states that we cannot be held to answer for a capital in any court. Well, because we know we're the court, we're certainly not going to go anywhere claiming to be all capital letters anything at all, period. That's why we suspended that. Is that we cannot be held for a capital, and then it talks about due process. Well, we can't have due process in a fake court or in anyone else's court because we're the law. And our courts have already made the statements and rulings and verdicts in government and justice on who we are. So the Fifth Amendment, it's a taking law. And that is what the actor that was acting as Donald Trump was enacting when he would contract with 5,000 vendors to build a Trump Tower and not pay none of them. And they couldn't come back and say this, that, and a third. They couldn't come back and put a lien on his building, quote unquote. They couldn't do it because he always invoked the Fifth Amendment. And the Fifth Amendment is also one where you don't have to speak for an all caps. You don't have to answer for an all caps. That means he didn't ever have to say anything. All he had to do was the Fifth Amendment. That's why they always talked about, I plead the Fifth, and then they would be quiet. Well, we don't plead the Fifth, we state it. No, you don't have to show up at a fake court about a mortgage or a car loan and all of that stuff in all capital letters. No. That's against the Constitution. That's against the law. Number 6, we're going to define the cooling off period according to the dictionary. Number 7, the Universal Commercial Code, Article 8. We'll show you what that is in just a moment. That's the one that's mentioned in all of the enactments of the Great Taking and everyone being all up in arms about they're taking everything. They're going to take your house. They're going to take this. They're going to take all your property. You won't own anything and you'll be happy. They always quote the Universal Commercial Code 8. We'll show you what that is in just a little bit. And then number 8, value is good only for the duration of the note. Contracts are null and void when the note is no longer durable. And we'll look at what durable even means really quickly. Fiat is not real. Therefore, the debt is not real. Therefore, the contracts are not real. That's what they call decoupling or dematerialization. That means that the paper that was previously claiming the real property or the tangibles, that paper is no longer valid. And that is why they were talking about things like the Moors abandoned their estate when we went off the gold standard. We never abandoned anything and never went off the gold standard. We're still on it. The gold standard is subject to us too. And then number 9, the acceptor, acceptulations, and we'll show you about those words. Those are the words where acceptance of an offer makes you, the way that we spell those words indicates who the creditor is. The acceptor and the creditor are the same. All we're doing is using our system to access what is already ours. So they talk about acceptance and consideration. Cooling off period. And this is according to Webster's 1828 unabridged dictionary. Cooling off period. That's a period of time required to pass before strike action may begin. Now, the Biblios talks about being hot or cold because if you're lukewarm, you'll be spewed out. Cool and lukewarm are not the same words. They don't have the same meaning. Okay? So the cooling off period, when you use Roman numerals and ancient English to sign and date things, then there's no corpse or subject or anyone who can tell you when that exact date is, except you. So when we sign the contract and we use our ancient English and Roman numerals to do so, then we get to say what the contract even means. That's why having our own language was so important. There's no movement that can be made until the 3-day period is done by anyone. And what's the purpose of that? Is so that we can again go right behind what was done and state these are the terms for that. In other words, with a cooling off period, all we're saying is what was done is not valid on your part, and we get to access the things that already belong to us. I also pulled up from Black's Law 4th edition. I saw some other words called cooling time. Time to recover cool blood after severe excitement or provocation. Time for the mind to become so calm and sedate as that it is supposed to contemplate, comprehend, and coolly act with reference to the consequences likely to ensue. No consequences can ensue with a canceled or revoked contract. It's impossible because there's no contract. And then cool blood. In the law of homicide being decapitation, that means getting rid of the capital letters for persons. Okay? Cool blood, calmness or tranquility. The undisturbed possession of one's faculties and reason. Because, see, being someone else's person means that possession of your faculties and reason is not even yours. It's whoever's person you're claiming. That's why the Biblio states that we accept no man's person. Our persons are from God, us. It says the absence of violent passion, fury, or uncontrollable excitement. You can be excited, but it has to be under your control. That means the absence of war. That's what a cooling off time is for. Now, look at this. The word cooler, a prison or a jail. I like that this came up because I was thinking cooling off period. Again, your mind gets to be clear so that you don't war. To accept a contract that you didn't write and not cancel it when you're supposed to is war. So then a lot of times, like even with bonds, and this is where Moors went the wrong way. When we were learning about Moors bonding out of jail, quote unquote, we noticed that every time a Moor did that, it could be even a year later, those actors would come back and get them, kick the door in and go get them. All that time, they had time to cancel the contract, but they didn't do it. They didn't do it. They didn't cancel it.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
Number 3, right? Where it says a prison or jail. Cooley or coolie. as same as cool it. I'm looking at the word cool it. Doesn't that mean laborer or slave?
Yes.
Or is it a different spelling?
Yes, it means that.
Did. It's like.
If you don't take the time to do what you're supposed to do during the cooling off period, then after that 3 days, the strikes start, the war starts again. So they call you a coolie because you didn't do what you were supposed to do to make things right, instead of calling you the sovereign. And so a cooler, whenever we went into those places, when we did our jail demonstrations and court actions and things of that nature, because see, they couldn't have held us anyway because we knew we were the law. We knew that, and we stated it every chance we got, which was all day, every day for 10 days. For 10 days, all day, every day, we were the court. Every time anyone came, we put them in subject status first, before we said anything else. And before we allowed them to speak, we put them in subject status. So we knew who we were, and we know who we are. And see, a lot of times those jail and prison demonstrations are for us to sit and think. Who are you? And now that you know who you are, what will you do to demonstrate that? To be cool-headed, mentally calm, having a temper not easily excited, free from passion, and we love passion, so free from uncontrolled passion. How about that? Coolant. A coolant is a substance, usually a fluid, used to remove heat, as from a nuclear reactor, an internal combustion engine, molten metal, etc. So whenever you hear them talking about, oh, we think we're going to have a nuclear war, all they're trying to say is somebody's not controlling their passions and emotions, and they're reacting emotionally. Cool. Cool means calm. And look at this. The slang says emotionally uninvolved, uncommitted. That's true. Why would you commit to a contract? Why? Particularly one you didn't write. But it's okay, because you're going to always autograph with your rights up front and center. Now, where Universal Commercial Code Article 8 is concerned, all it's saying is it's about investment securities. Let's take a look at that. Let's just look at the definitions here. Article and this is uniform, so we rewrite them and restate them according to our will. Look here at the meaning of communicate. So anytime you're, doing things, revoking, canceling, whatever, this is how you communicate that you revoked or canceled. Send a signed writing. That's an affidavit for us, a court action in writing. It says, or transmit information by any mechanism agreed upon by the persons transmitting and receiving the information. We already talked about the post office or hand delivery by Postmaster General. That's why we do things the way we do things. That's why we had to put the communication process on the public record. And as you all can see, there is no borders with our communications, because we've agreed on sending things in writing, or, the way that we transmit information. So, we can look at all of these definitions, and you all are free to look at these. Endorsement means a signature that alone or accompanied by other words is made on a security certificate in registered form or on a separate document for the purpose of assigning, transferring, or redeeming the security or granting a power to assign, transfer, or redeem it. When this is talking about an endorsement being a signature alone or accompanied by other words, we always accompany ours with other words. Always, always, always. So that when we do send that cancellation and revocation, our signature that we sign matches that. It's stating that rights are being put forth here. All rights perfected at all times, nunc pro tunc. And then we send the cancellation and the revocation. Because see, again, your signature, your autograph with those words automatically creates a security instrument and registers it already. That's why the signature was so important, is because we're creating money as we sign. Did you know that? Everything we touch turns to gold. And it's called an endorsement. That means that you're going in a door. You're opening a door for yourself. That's why that word endorsement was even created. A mental door is being created with your autograph. Islam Empress.
Well, you know what? I really...
We can't hear you, Empress. You faded out. Empress Aisha?
Yes, just
okay,
a moment.
Go ahead, Empress.
I try to get my sound back.
Okay.
I don't understand.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We can now.
If we are the creditors, we own the land, we own everything, basically.
Yes.
They are our subjects. Then why should we have to send them money, gold delirium, because they don't have any money? Is that the reason?
You're not sending it to them. You're just letting the system know that a commercial exchange has taken place and that proper accounting measures are in place so that you know how much your estate is worth and how much the things in your trust are worth. You're not sending it to them for them to do anything with it.
Okay. Gotcha.
They're subjects. They don't need it.
Okay.
Go back and read chapter 29 of the Circle 7 about magistrate and subject and how the subjects are happy with just being here.
Okay.
And their job was very simple. Their job was to assist us in being raised, in us raising ourselves to our own sovereign power. That's verse 1 and 2 of chapter 29 of the Circle 7 Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science. And so that's what we see subjects as is helpers, assistants.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're not paying them. Because all our systems do is just record what happened. That's it.
Okay.
Islam.
Say, if I needed to lean.
We can't hear you, Empress. Something's going on with your... Empress Aisha, are you there? Okay. She may have heard something's going on with her communication. Empress Aisha, are you there?
Yes.
Islam. We can hear you.
Okay, I seem to be been getting mixed up a little bit on that, but I'm okay now.
Yeah. Just shift your focus off of the subjects and onto your system, and just speaking to the system and making the system say what it's supposed to say.
Okay.
Yeah. And we would encourage all Moors, shift your focus off the subjects, because that's a distraction. They will do as commanded. They always have. They always will. So they're not even your focus. Your focus is you commanding your system to give you access to everything you see that you will to have. That's it.
What I was
Say again, Empress.
this system just keeps.
And we can't hear you. It's your sound is fading in and out. We'll just so now instruction. Instruction means a notification communicated to the issuer of an uncertificated security which directs that the transfer of the security be registered or that the security be redeemed. This is this definition of instruction is just very incompetent. It's very incompetent. Very incompetent. Empress Aisha, you were saying. Empress Aisha, are you there? I see her there, but her microphone is off.
Right.
Islam Empress, we can hear you now. It just went mute again.
It keep messing up. I'm gonna
Islam.
go. It just won't work now right now.
Islam Empress. If you want to type it in the chat, Empress, we'll see it there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Empress.
Okay. What I was gonna ask, when you putting a lien on people, can you do more than one lien at the time on people, like say 3 different people at one time?
You can do 3
different
persons
cooperations at one time.
Yes, you can do it your will, however you choose to do it, Empress.
Okay, and say if I were going to send money for them, can that money apply to all of them, or I have to send money for each person?
What does your spirit say?
For each cooperation.
Okay, then do that.
Okay.
Yeah. And you're not really sending it to a corporation, you're sending it to your office. And the subjects in the office of will just, all they're doing is just looking at the system, waiting for the system to record it, and then they just look at it and say, okay, this is paid, or this is, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Islam. I pulled this screenshot where they were the subjects in the office of persons were talking about Article 8 of the Universal Commercial Code. It says the too big, and they're afraid, they're scared, okay, just so that you all are aware. The too big to fail have been preparing for a financial crisis. They have changed the way collateral is held under state law. Banks have priority claim over wealth stored in investment accounts. Banks are the secured creditors, not them. And we've already stated who the bank is. We're the bank, and then we speak to banking systems. We're the bank, and we speak to banking systems. because we designed those systems. We created them. In this Article 8, there's a little snippet that I took. It says the certificate, any certificate is registered in the name of the purchaser upon original issue or registration of transfer by the issuer. No one issues certificates or securities or anything but us. We are the original issuer of all titles, of all certificates, of all records. We are the original issuers. And anytime you're talking about money and ownership, the word original is always going to be in there somewhere, because everyone knows that everything must come from the original for it to be valid. The system will not recognize anything that does not have its origins with the original. So they're saying that they're, you know, that their houses and all that, but they knew they didn't own it in the first place. They just because they never had a title. They knew they didn't own it. Anything at all. Nothing was owned by anyone who didn't have the title to it. Okay, we've always had title. Now, up here, this talked about durability. Whenever you're talking about trust always mentions the word durable. That means that's one of the stipulations for sound money, and one of the stipulations for a trust is that there must be durability, or else you don't have a trust and you don't have money. Okay? The word durable, it says continuing to exist and stable. Now, Justice Johnny, you asked a question earlier about taxes and things like that. Durable means hard money. That's gold and silver, and money that lasts, money that continues to exist and is stable and able to endure, lasting and permanent. Is fiat durable?
No.
No, it is not. It doesn't even exist on the land. It doesn't. So let's go here really quickly and just pull that up really, really quickly. And this is what we're saying about characteristics of money. And here it is. We'll just read this top. Money's key characteristics include being a medium of exchange, a store of value, a unit of account, and a standard of deferred payment. Additionally, it should be durable, portable, divisible, uniform, and generally accepted. So when we were doing our study and creating Delarium, we looked at all of this, and durability is one of them. As long as we exist, our money exists. Fiat doesn't exist. So any contracts that were fiat related or fiat created, they're not valid, because even the people who were pushing that fiat are saying, well, we're going to need a CBDC, quote unquote. Okay. They're telling you that fiat is not, that U.S.fiat is not worth anything. They're telling you it's not valid. They're saying you have to have a CBDC. Well, if your stuff was valid, why would a CBDC be needed? And for us, it's not needed. Okay, so So durability means, does it last? Will it last? And is it a store of value? Power of lasting. And then we looked up the root word for durability is D-U-R. In music, it's a major, not a minor, a major. Okay. And then where acceptance is concerned, we will to call your attention to accept. Look here, accept. In Latin, it means to take. Well, think Fifth Amendment takings. You take something, using the Fifth Amendment, all that's saying is this belongs to me without the capital letters, because I'm not answering for a capital. Period. That's all it is. It's lawful and legal. Except to take or receive what is offered with a consenting mind. It's about the mental. In commerce, number 5, to agree as by a signed promise to pay. And then here it is, the big one. In law, to accept is to receive in person as service of a writ. Receiving in person means that your person is proper. Acceptance is all about personhood. Personhood. And then we talked about the word acceptabilitas. It means to take. Number 3, the receiving of a bill of exchange or order in such a manner as to bind the acceptor to make payment. This must be by express words. Payment is made by express words. It says to charge the drawer with costs in case of non-payment. The acceptance must be in writing under, across, or on the back of the bill. So when you talk about acceptance, again, your word is the acceptance. It says it right there in the definition. By express words, not just words, but express words. What is your intention? Acceptance is different from payment, but it can be the same as payment. A signed bill of exchange accepted, as a merchant receives another's acceptance in payment. So just because you accepted it means that it's paid for. Think about that, Moors. Everything that we have that is on our estate is already prepaid. Why would we have to contract further? We wouldn't. So you contract according to your terms, and then you cancel it. That way, the system has a record that something happened, but because your person is who your person is, they can't collect fiat. I'll give you an example of that with us. About 3 weeks ago, Pauline Ritchie received something, and Pauline Ritchie, their Pauline can't really even receive anything, but something was sent, and I looked at it. It was a spell, and it was a debt that was trying to be assigned to Pauline Ritchie, theirs. They had already, the system had assigned it to the previous enactor's Pauline Ritchie. I looked at it. I said, okay, ancestors, we know this is a test because we know we don't have any debt. So what say ye? Because I always ask the ancestors what say ye. And the first thing that the ancestors said was, how are they going to collect it? Where are they going to get it from? There's no way for them to reach into anywhere and get it from anywhere. They can't debit an account. They can't just make up debts, and they even have to find you because they can't find you. This is not you. They didn't find you. So then the ancestor said, how would you prefer to deal with it? I said, well, we just use our regular processes when it comes to things like that. But the ancestors made it very clear they don't even have a way to get it. They don't have a way to get it, particularly with what they're asking for. There's no way for them to get it. And we were okay with that.
But is there anything else?
What's that?
Let's say your electricity bill come in the all caps, which they normally do. And you're saying it's not coming to you, and they haven't received the payment, then they come and cut off your lights.
They're not. So again, that's a contract, isn't it? Doesn't that contract need to be canceled based on the Fifth Amendment? The reason that anything was sent in the first place is because somebody is trying to call you a debtor when you're not a debtor. So acceptolation. Let's look here, Justice Willie. Accept, to receive or take, to bear. Remission of a debt by an acquittance from the creditor without receiving the money. That's how you accept that. You're the creditor. You can accept it without you haven't received any money. They owe you. You don't owe them. The system owes you. And when I say they, I'm talking systems now. Where do lights and all of that even come from? It's a resource. It's a resource from a system. So then acquit them. Do an acquittal. It says it right here, to remit a debt by acquittance without receiving the money. That's paperwork. That's documentation. It's paperwork. Only the creditor can accept lights and things like that without always some system telling them they owe. Only the creditor can do that, and that's paperwork and documentation, and then just stand. See, the agreement stops when you stop agreeing. I'll say that again. The agreement stops when you stop agreeing. So you have to cancel that. Because, see, did you know, Justice Willie, even with utilities, every month is a new contract. So you just look at the date that they say that thing is due, and then you cancel it within 3 days of the due. Just cancel it. Did you know that that's why, even when people didn't pay on that day, they wouldn't just cut it off. They would call and try and get some type of word from you. And all this time was given, and then they say, oh, in 3 months we're going to cut it off. In 2 months we're going to cut it off. In 30 days we're going to cut it off. Why? That's time for you to cancel the contract and accept your inheritance. The estate is yours. And all it took was for all of us to agree that that's how we're going to do it. But every month, and that's why they have you, quote unquote, pay every month, is because it's renewing the contract. So at some point, you have to jump off the merry-go-round and just say, we cancel and revoke that based on these things. First, identity. The all caps name is not you. And the Fifth Amendment says don't do that. And then Congress has stated don't do that. So we just have to demonstrate it. We have to keep doing it. We have to keep saying it and keep doing it. Every month we say it and do it until the system recognizes what we're doing. And it won't take long. The system is getting it like that these days. Look at this last one right here. It says acceptor. This is what we told you about the letters OR being at the end. It's always talking about commerce and law when you put that OR there on the end. The acceptor. Because up here, there's the word acceptor is here. That's a person who accepts. Acceptor is about commerce and law. So we even changed the word debtor to debtor. That way, we're not talking about we're not trying to be head debtors. We're putting that where commerce and law is concerned back in its proper place. And then value. Now, look at this really carefully because we're talking about accepting things for value and all of that. In Webster Dictionary, 1828, unabridged, the word value means precise meaning as of a word. So again, it's all about your words, the words that you use. The word value, did you know the word value means precise meaning? The precise meaning?
Islam.
Islam nobility.
Just backtracking a bit. When you say cancel within the 3 days, but when you cancel, they now may cut it off, and then to reinstate it, you're going to be needing to recontract. So,
No. I'm glad you asked that question, nobility. When we cancel and revoke a contract, you don't do a counter offer. You just cancel it. Because you've already on the public record invoked who you are. You've already made the judgment that corporations cannot govern. So you just cancel or revoke it and let that be it. Let your court speak and let that be it. You don't have to re-invoke anything. You don't have to do a counter offer and say, I'm getting this for $0. You don't have to do any of that. You don't counter offer. Because see, when you accept something, you accept it as is. And what you don't want to do is change. What you don't want to do is offer a changed or amended contract. You're just canceling the one.
Yeah, but what if they actually come and cut it off?
Well, they will if you say that. They will if you say that, because that's giving permission. Justice Willie, no matter what they do, you must stand. We have to stand. But see, if you have a contract that is then canceled or revoked, they're telling you right here what the 3-day period is all about. You're reading what the 3-day period is all about. Do not counteroffer. Don't do that.
Islam?
Justice Willie, you just have to quote the law and stand on. We've already spoken in terms of the Universal Commercial Code, what it says about that. We've quoted the Constitution about the all cap letters, the Fifth Amendment. We've also quoted the Code for Federal Regulations. We've quoted the Biblios. Let's look at the Biblios. Islam Empress, you were going to make a statement.
So this process is not like restating a contract. We're not restating a contract. This is a process that is something other than that I would say is probably more effective, right?
Yes.
Islam.
I wouldn't say it's more effective, but if you want to say that, you can, because they're equally as effective. We had to know both sides. We had to know how to restate a contract and also how to just cancel one that we did not write. Because at some point we'll be issuing, automobiles and things of that nature too, if we choose to do that, if we choose to. So we just will to be well-rounded in our knowledge of contract law by writing it. But yes, this will bring together that which we thought was the previous system. See, that system is done, and now the things have to be bound and are bound to the land, and that's why we are able to use this now.
So Islam. So my question is this unique to property as opposed to services? Is there going to be some way that okay, so here's my example. Is it for receiving a phone account, for example, and services on a monthly basis? That's a service per se, rather than the hardware of whatever it is that you use to speak with. So in terms of those kind of services, this process would work well with that.
Yes. As you demonstrated. Yes.
Right. Is it going to work the same way in the example that Justice Willie put forth, where you're canceling a large presumed contract that you felt that you were in, as he's describing citizenship, you know what I mean? That I don't even know why you would need to cancel that per se. That's terminated by your status and your declaration of nationality. You're canceling it by declaring your nationality. That's how I think of it. That wouldn't need to be canceled, But I do hear what he's asking about its application, right? Mm-hmm. This is Anandra Mahatmabade in Canaan land, and just thinking about the application of this process.
Yes, it would be for tangibles, like automobiles, property of any kind, things like that. We're thinking specifically in terms of automobiles and things of that nature. But it could be, but it could be anything. It could be utilities. It could be any of that stuff. Because see, by giving fiat, people don't realize that they're continuing to renew that contract when the public utilities were always prepaid. Basic utilities were always prepaid. No one ever had to pay for that stuff until corporations. Yes. Until corporations. Everybody had free, basic, not free, but prepaid basic phone service, refuse service, and electricity and gas. Those were basic services that everyone was due.
Yes.
And we're just going back to that. That's what I'm saying. This is not even new, what we're doing. It's not even new. We're just putting things back the way they were. And so when Justice Willie, when you ask about what if they come and do this, that, and the third, they got to have some paperwork to do it with first. It's like a war rant. Some people think, oh, no-knock war rant. No, it's not a no-knock. There's not anything on the public record that says that's not a citizen, a subject, a U.S. debtor. When we put the proper documentation on the public record like we've done, then we move forward with, okay, everything being put in its proper place. Okay? So, yeah, I mean, they have to have paperwork to be cutting things on and off. That's the point. They have to have paperwork to do that. And it must have our signature for them to do anything. Because again, all they're doing is looking in a system, and when the system says do this or do that or do not touch, or everything is paid and zero balance due, when the system says that, they don't do anything, do they? No, they don't.
Point of interest?
Yes, Islam.
So basically you're saying that, okay, so you definitely have to do your status paperwork, get it on the record, and then you can utilize this method. Because from what my knowledge that I have is that what they had done is they had turned everyone into debtor by the Federal Reserve being the creditor.
Yes, and it's the all caps names that the Federal Reserve. Without all caps names, there's no Federal Reserve actors like that.
Right. Yes. So that is what they're speaking to the all caps at all times. So these debts or bills or whatever you want to call them, they're coming to that all caps, and we have been answering to these misnomers, thinking that they were us, and so they're continuing the fraud, of course, until you correct them.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. That if there was a clearer explanation, that's it right there. That's it. We have to stop answering for a capital. That's in the Fifth Amendment. Let's just look at that really quickly too, just really quick. And we'll pull this one up, but here it is right here. No person shall be held to answer for a capital. That's all you need to see right there. Because guess what? Answering for a capital is a crime. It says it right there. No person shall be held. That means they can't put you in jail when you stop answering for the capital. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime. And here, this is where, Justice Willie, this is where, all of this, our courts come in at. It says, unless on a presentment and it doesn't say representment, it says on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. We're not at war. It says, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb, nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. That means no speaking for an all caps name, or else you're warring with yourself. It says, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Now, where property is concerned and persons can't own property anyway, not really. They don't have the title. A person has never been issued the title. The people have the title, not persons. And then it says, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. And that's where, you know, they'll put up private property signs, but it is completely incompetent to have a private property sign in all capital letters. That's incompetent. Because you're pretending to be a capital there. That means that when you see that, that's not private property. It's not. And every private property sign that I've ever seen was in all capital letters. And I'm just looking at this, I'm like, okay, somebody don't know what they're doing. Someone does not know what they're doing by putting that sign in all capital letters. One time I went to a well to get water, And at the time that I went, there was a sign in all capital letters that says, you know, you can only have a certain number of jugs to get the water, so that, you know, you don't have too many jugs. Well, it was in all capital letters, so I was just like, okay, and they're not talking to me because we're the ones who issue the water. So I'm waiting in line, and then when it comes time for me to get my water, I pull out a number of jugs that's over what that sign was saying, quote unquote, about that. And as you know, one of the subjects was like, you have too many. The sign says this and that. I said, is the sign in all capital letters? Well, and he was like, well, what does that have to do with anything? I said, okay, if it's in all capital letters, it's not talking to the original indigenous ancient people. Period. And see, that was also proper identification of the parties as well. I had to identify myself as not all capital.
Unalienable. Wow.
Unalienable. But it takes them to say that because to them, all men are created equal. Well, no, that's not true. And y'all knew that wasn't true. They knew it wasn't true.
Some are Neanderthals and some are real.
Some are corpses and some are the living. So, you know, and there was no more pushback when I stated that. No more pushback. They got real quiet. And that's not an ego statement. Those are not ego statements that we make. It's the law. People were just assuming that they could tell us what to do if we agreed to be their capital. I wasn't his capital. He was mine.
But even in the fiction world, it is well known that the capital is when you're warring with someone or you're yelling at somebody.
Yes. On social media, if you put things in all capital letters, they say, why are you yelling? That's war. Those are war rants. Those are the rants for those that are warring. And it's fictitious by all accounts. It's fiction. It's false. It's fictitious. It doesn't exist. That's back to the word durable. Does not exist. Things that are in all capital letters don't exist. But we must know that. Void ab initio, period. So Romans, the 8th chapter, verses 1 and 2, let's look at that really quickly because I think we're just about, I think we've gone over everything. According to law, now if you're having a problem with absorbing this, then study the law some more. So let's get to Romans 8, 1 and 2. And remember, when they talk about when they use the password is Jesus, quote unquote, but we know it's Yeshua, and we are the Christ. We know that. So therefore there is now no condemnation for those who are the Christ, because through the Christ, the law of the Spirit who gives life has set us free from the law of sin and debt. Death and debt are the same word. Okay? So it is our spirit that makes everything live. Everything, even the flesh, lives by our spirit. That's why nationality is so important also, because there's a spiritual change that comes because we're just revealing the ancient spirit within us. The ancient spirit knows all, and all resources come from the source, which is our spirit. And we all have the same spirit. Even though we're different beings, we have the same spirit, the same mind. Let this mind be in you that is also in the Christ. That's all of us. And then Romans, let's see, it was 2 Corinthians 3 and 6. Let's take a look at that really quickly. 2 Corinthians 3 and 6. We have made us competent as ministers for a new covenant, not of the letter, but of the spirit. For the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. The letter only kills when it comes from a foreign place. When the letter is written by us, it has our nature. So with the contracts, when we sign it using our letter, then it's coming from us. It has to submit to our will. We invoke all rights perfected at all times, nunc pro tunc. That is putting our seal and our stamp. Our stamp is our money, our seal is the word and the law. Okay? And we do that in blue ink on those types of things, blue ink. And then we use our affidavits in red ink. Okay? So look at this. It says, verse 2 says, you yourselves are our letter written on our hearts, known and read by everyone. We are the word. This is why the letters are so important. That's our fiduciary document. It's biblical. When they say something is of biblical proportions, that means it's huge. It's everything. The letters have everything to do with us, but we must create them. And we've done that. We put all of that stuff on the public record. And now we can move freely without fear of corruption and contamination. And to me, that is the good news of the God spell, is that we can move now about without fear of corruption by invoking at all times our rights. It's a right for us to access our estate. It's a right for us to have. We're the bank already anyway. And in conclusion, of what we're stating, let's take a look really quickly at there's a specific word that we will to call to your attention.
Islam.
Islam nobility.
I want to run something to hear your opinion on a view.
I'll probably give you the law on it instead of my opinion.
That's correct. That's even better. That's always better.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So these individuals who claim to be our government.
The recording has started. Please announce yourself.
Oh, what's that?
Just a moment. Go ahead, nobility.
Yeah. So they have been wreaking havoc on the land, charging us, doing all kind of injustices, fraud, and what have you. And now we have this what do you call it now? Struggle, battle to do commerce without making ourselves the tool of commerce, which is one of the main problems I see. They have made us, the living man and woman, into corporations, or at least attempted to do so. Now, what do you think about the process that is called secured party creditor, whereby your status is now in a secure party creditor situation? That birth certificate bond, you use it after claiming it, you use it to lend the government money to invest and let them pay you on a yearly basis through your bond, so that you can just, and if you're getting 2% of $100 million from your birth certificate as a secure party creditor, you can use that money to offset all of your bills and keep the wheels of commerce turning, as it were, rather than going against the grain, which is so much more fight to get them, because it's one thing if they were just simply, oh, you send in a paper, hey, I do this, I do that, and everything. Oh yeah, man, we honor that, and it's not as for me, it's not as easy as that. It's a resistance, it's a ignore, because I've tried to do the endorsement, and they just act as if they got nothing. I do it with registered mail, and they just totally, so you got to just now go litigate and all that, and I can't be bothered with that. So what do you think about that approach of the secured party creditor, where you're the creditor, the trust, your all caps name becomes the debtor?
It's against the Constitution. You're still trying to answer for a capital. And the Constitution says don't do that. In order to even answer for a capital, you have to go to a fake court, because we don't recognize capital, all caps in our courts, because that's not the living man and woman. Because you keep referring to the living man and woman. All caps is not living man and woman. It's not. It's a dead corpse, particularly when created with the use of a bottom-re instrument, which is what our grand sheet calls the fake birth certificate made by a corpse. It's a military instrument. So to pull out a military weapon and expect not to be warred with about that is incompetent. You're pulling out a military weapon and saying you don't want them to war with you. When you could just as easily create a peace instrument. See, war is not negotiable. That's why they say all is fair in love and war. They call it a negotiable instrument, but it's not negotiable because they get to do whatever they want to do with it without negotiating with you. That's what throwing you in jail and stuff is all about. That's not negotiable. They're showing you that it's not negotiable. So why would you keep pulling out a weapon and saying, I'm at peace, I want to be peaceful with you? Pull out the biggest AR-15 you can find. That's what those are. When you have the authority and the competence, listen, those things, the reason it's a weapon is because it doesn't call your mother. It calls your mother an informant for them, informing on you. It makes your mother a spy against you. That's why the Bible talks about the heel of a woman's son being bruised by the serpent's seed. A fake birth certificate comes from the serpent. It is a seed of the serpent. It's going to bruise your heel. That's what that whole fight was all about. Islam, Empress.
Those documents belong to the corporation. You didn't author those documents. Your family didn't author those. So why would you try to take on something that doesn't belong to you? Islam.
Now that's called theft. That makes you the criminal, not them. You.
But haven't we been saying it's our estate? I've heard in many quarters, and if I'm not mistaken, I hear that we sometimes call it our estate here.
Of course it's ours. But how is it ours? What documentation do you have that says that this is your estate and not someone else's creation or making?
Well, a claim, which is a trust. When you write the all caps, you can claim it. Look, listen, here's how I see it. The all caps is an instrument of commerce. It's like a sole proprietor given to you to manage. It's a trust. They manage this trust on your behalf because you're not managing. That's all. Everything is about trust. The government, it's trust they're managing because you're not managing it. So you get now what they do is put you up as the debtor, as the instrument, or as responsible for this trust, the obligations and debts you are obligated. But when you switch roles and say, nope, I am not the debtor, because as a living man, my body and soul and spirit does not belong in commerce, but this instrument, I can use it to govern commerce, to manage it, and to do commerce with you, separating myself from that entity that you have created. You created a legal entity and call it the man. But I'm saying, no, sorry, we're getting a separation here. I'm the living man. This is an instrument. I'm going to manage it. I'm going to do whatever it takes to use it as the tool in commerce. But I am not the instrument.
You're not managing it if you have to go to them for permission to do that.
May I add that it's also an undisclosed agreement, so it's done in fraud.
It's not a birth certificate, it's a death certificate. That means the living man is no longer the living man if the living man accepts that. It's a death certificate. It's not a birth certificate. They can't give birth to anything living when it's so simple for us to just create our own rebuttal to that, which is a living birth affidavit, and then by court action, create a birth certificate.
Islam. And it also seems really important for me to say that the Constitution is the law, and we don't break the law if we are the law. I gotta put this in as a vibrational energy. We are the law. We don't break the law. This is due process. You can't. This is your claim. You know what I mean? To your inheritance, to who you are, your identity as the land. We're not lawless. Islam.
Self-incrimination, according to the Fifth Amendment, means that you are making your own self a criminal by answering for a capital. That birth certificate that you think has some authority is actually it just has all of the parties wrong. It's not proper identification of the parties. That's our point. Is that what court is it that said that you can use that like you want to use it? What court said that? And what was the basis for that court to say you can use that thing they created, that bottomry instrument, however you want to use it? What court said that to you? None. Because no court of competence and original jurisdiction would ever say that. We would never say that. That's the purpose of putting our actual birth certificates on the public record that we created. That's part of the 40-something document. Why would you have to depend on something somebody else created? What if you lose it? Are you going to recontract back with them again for it? So that they get to say when you were born in a corporation? And I can assure you that it has a 2-letter state that the addressing on it is not proper. I can assure you of that. I don't even have to see yours to know that. They're not competent.
But look here. When you have 2 dates on the birth certificate.
Why?
You have the actual date from the birth record, which is the born date. The birth date is ship is birth, which is a vessel, and that day is 3 days later. Most birth certificates is registered. When the policeman, for instance, asks you what's your birth date, and you tell him the actual born date, you have just made a joinder, a mistake. So the right thing is to make to say your birth date, the ship, the day that they created the ship, right? So I don't think we're understanding that one is your born date, one is your birth date, because a human being is not birth, it's born. A ship is birth. I yield.
Islam.
So Justice Willie, I put a date, I put some letters and numbers on the screen. And I have a question to ask you about what I put on the screen. Let me just make it big enough. Is that a competent date?
August 03, 1968.
Yeah, is that a competent date?
It depends on where the culture.
Okay, are you the culture of a corpse? Are you the culture of a cemetery?
This is saying the 3rd day of August, 1968, so I can understand that. So I don't see anything wrong with it.
Of course you don't see anything wrong with it, but it's not competent. The month doesn't come before the day and before the year. So I see why. Anytime you go to a cemetery, you're going to see dates that look like that. And in most cases, it's going to be like this, which is also not competent. None of that is competent. You can't be born in a corpse. I'm sorry, you can't. Not even your person can be born in a corpse. Your person, Justice Willie, that you own cannot be born in a corpse. It can't. It's impossible. Justice, there's another justice, Justice Rubin.
Yes, Islam.
Islam. Justice Akil.
Islam.
Oh, go ahead, Justice.
Yes. My father used to have a saying when I was younger. He said, if you want to do something right, you got to do it yourself. So just recreate everything yourself. Don't take nothing. Everything was a lie since the day you was born. Put it in your head. If it wasn't created by you, it was a lie. And then go forward from that point. Islam.
Let's do this. Justice Willie, we'll answer it. Thank you, Nobility. We'll answer it with 18 United States Code 911. 911 means it's an emergency. It addresses false claims of United States citizenship. It prohibits anyone from willfully and falsely representing themselves as a citizen with penalties including fines and imprisonment. Now you know what jails were for. Because, Justice Willie, you've already agreed, and we all agree that we are not United States U.S. citizens. We know that. We're the Moors. We're the nationals. We're the gods. We're the heirs. We're the law. We're the government. We're the owners. We are the issuers, originals, for all. So, Justice Willie, the use of a birth of a U.S. birth certificate that you did not create is against all the laws, not just the Constitution, not just the Fifth Amendment. It's in the USC code, the United States codes. It says it in the United States codes. It says you can't be them. That you can't be that.
Islam, that's treason, and you can be shot by a firing squad.
Or put in jail.
Or put in jail. Guantanamo Bay. Yeah. You're going against your national. So
we can't do that.
Going against who you are. You can't do that. You shouldn't want to do that. If you ever watch the Wakanda movie, you know, we all stand together. Because if not, we all fall. So.
And ain't none of us falling, so it's a wrap on that.
Exactly. And that's been a wrap since I came out the POW camp. Once I seen that grin on that judge of that subject's face, I knew I had it. I knew I was right.
Yeah.
And I walked out there without no penalties, no scratches, no nothing. No paperwork, no nothing. No probation, nothing. I walked out there. So I knew from that point on that I'm a Moor and it's time to stand. And we all should stand because it's real. As real as you're looking at the back of your hand, your feet, whatever, it's real. You are the Lord of the land, and you just have to accept that. I've been accepted. Look, once me and Empress Light, I started listening to Empress Light, and she gave me the courage to go ahead, and I never looked back. We all never look back. So just stand and be brave about it and create everything yourself like God did. We're in the image of God, so he created everything in 7 days. So we just keep creating because we're God with an S.
Islam, indeed. And the Biblios, the Bible talks about the council of the gods. Come on, in several places in the Biblios.
Islam. Mm-hmm.
So we're not going to impersonate. Mm-hmm. We're not going to do that. Mm-hmm. Not with bottomry instruments, when you can create a top instrument by rebuttal even.
You know what I was thinking, Islam? We has the Midas touch. We turn everything to gold.
Everything, every instrument becomes a gold instrument.
Yeah. So now I know what the Midas touch really means. When you turn everything to gold, I thought it was a curse because everything you touch turned to gold, but it's a blessing. It's a blessing.
Yes, of course.
To know that you're on top of the totem pole instead of the bottom. You know how we used to think we at the bottom of the totem pole? We at the top, the tippy top.
Yes. We created the totem pole, so of course we at the top.
Yeah. We started from the top and worked our way up. Yeah. That's how we are.
We actually, Empress Sabra put in the chat, it's actually warning the Moors. Yes, it is. It is. So, Islam Empress Rose Tao.
So, Willie, I have this little story for you. It's someone who is retired with limited income and really kind of tied up with the fiat and trying to figure out how to reach for their status while they're trying to keep their family secured and fed. It's a story. And when we listen to these stories, sometimes they just seem like sad stories. But the fellow who spoke before talked about the courage of just standing up and knowing you could create it all. And with a little patience, we will all create it all. Willie, peace and love.
Islam. It is actually the law that we do create. All things, put it on the public record first. We've already done all of that. And now we can go about on our land accepting offers and canceling them as necessary, which means all of them. And when we do that, you'll see those third-party interlopers, those that were acting as third-party interlopers, you'll see them they're just going to walk away. They're just going to leave it. But we will not be frauds and fakes. We will not be that. We will not be minors and incompetent. We will not be that. We will not be against the Constitution by acting, by answering for a capital.
Yep. Someone else's person.
We're not going to do any of that because this is not the time for that.
So we get rid of the birth certificate altogether, have nothing to do with it.
What you do is you keep it as evidence of fraud. It's evidence in a case, in a court case, so it goes into your evidence room or drawer or whatever. It's evidence. We don't get rid of the evidence. We put it in a place where evidence goes. But no, we don't. You should not be going around showing that to anybody, or else you might as well pull out a gun. It's a weapon. And even the Bible says our weapons are not carnal. That's a weapon. Because it was created by a war court. Create your own and put it on the public record. What would you use it for anyway, Justice Willie? Just out of curiosity. A passport, a driver's license? No, we create those too. Our nationality cards take the place of that.
But anyway, again, there's this guy, Nine Feathers Bay, who is known to identify as a Moor, who created a passport, and many of our people have bought it. They didn't create it. and some are using it. I was just told this week that it was now universally ratified at some conference that they had on the international stage, so it can now be used because it's now recognized. But our people in the meantime have been struggling to find alternatives, and I think one of the problems that we're having is, yes, we've been told a lot of what not to do, but we're not being given proper alternative, because at the end of the day, until we can take some dolarium and walk into Walmart, Target, whatever supermarket, or send it to pay our bills and eat food and buy and shop with it. Because if I take a printed dolarium now and take it to them, they'll say, what the hell is that? We don't know what is that. So until it is universally accepted, we have to eat, we have to drink, we have to survive. And most of us, we don't have land to plant and to grow. We live in a cold climate. Sovereignty is having your own economy, non-dependence on others to supply you anything. And that's why the real sovereign movement is, can you allow me to finish, sir? I'm on the floor, please. The real sovereign movement that I believe in is the one where people take themselves completely off to maybe some reserve, like, or somewhere where they're unmolested, they grow their own food, they grow their own, if you like, chickens, whatever, and you have your own water, solar, the knob, heat, light, everything you create for yourself. Because as long as you're going to be interacting with their system, as much as it's not theirs, it's ours. But it has been hijacked, and it's a hell to get. It's like a toy, a child of a toy. And you try to get the toy out of his hand, say, no, you're not getting. It's mine. I just lent it to you. No, it's mine. So let's not fool ourselves into thinking that it's just a walk in the park. We come listen to the wonderful tajiri, and we go out there. It's a different world. It's a reality that we face. The bills are coming at us. If you don't pay them, they're going to cut you off. We live in a cold country. We can't afford that. You send things to the blue in the face. Some of them, most people not getting the results. Some people may get it, yes.
Just a moment. You cannot speak for anyone but you. Please stop doing that and trying to speak and say most people are not. We're standing here telling you we're getting revoked. Why are you ignoring us?
No, I said some. I didn't say all.
Speak for you. Don't speak for nobody else but you, because that's the only one you can speak for.
Yeah, but you see, we have not been presented evidence. People can say anything, but I'm not being presented with the evidence. We're hearing a lot of stuff. Because listen to me, if somebody's doing it right, you know what are the problem what we have in our community? People are so damn selfish. They're doing things, it's working. They're not coming to show and demonstrate what they do, how they do, when they do, why they do. This is what works. They're just leaving it. Go try it for yourself. I did it on myself, by myself. So you go do it by yourself. I saw on myself. Come on. If we're going to grow as a community, if we're going to grow as a community, and I go there, and I hear you do it this evening. You are asking Shernet to know what she did and the result that she get. And this is what we need as a community, to let the others help others so that we can all come to a unity of the faith. I know you're a Bible woman, and I yield on that.
So let's bring the energy back to where it should be. Let's bring the energy back, because I know y'all want to jump on that. Let's bring the energy back to where it should be. Justice Willie, the Circle 7, let's quote the law. The Circle 7, Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, clearly states that man knows not by being told. That's something that our Prophet Noble Drew Ali stated. Man knows not by being told. We can show you, because we got 7 years of evidence. And if that's not enough for you, then too bad for you, not us. We've already proven it over and over and over. And when I say too bad for you, I'm saying that you're refusing to see because you got a birth certificate in your eyes. As long as you keep validating that thing, that bottom re-instrument, then the stuff that brings life ain't gonna make sense to you. It's not gonna be enough for you. And that's okay. We're not even mad at you about that. I'm a little bit concerned that you think that a birth certificate is going to help you, but what the things that we've shown you is not. That causes a little bit of concern for me. But I also know our ancestors, if you continue to open your spirit, they'll continue to show you, because you've made a lot of progress in being able to see. You still have commerce in your eye. Like people have mourning in their eye when they wake up. Some do, persons. You still have commerce in your eye. You're still trying to figure out how to have sexual intercourse with corpses, because that's really what that is. It's necromancy. But Justice Willie, we know that the ancestors are going to continue to show you what you need to see. See, we already see it. Why? Because we're living it. So now you can say all day for yourself, because you can't speak for nobody else. And this is the thing that the hybrids, they use that little strategy of saying the people are saying this and the people are saying that. No, you're not listening to the people, because we're speaking. We keep talking. We keep telling you that what we're doing is working, and that pretending to be and falsely representing ourselves as a U.S. citizen is not working. We know that's not working. We know that doesn't work.
With due respect,
Wait a minute, Justice Willie, wait a minute. U.S. citizenship actors does not work for the sovereigns. That's why we're here. So let's make sure that we know for sure that what's not working and what does work, okay? We're here because birth certificates, quote unquote, which is not even a real birth certificate, it's a death certificate, didn't work for us. It didn't work. It didn't work.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm here from time to time, and I hear the same voices over and over. Out of like 50-odd people, it's the same people who speak over and over again and again and again, and others remain quiet. I don't know what is happening. I have no evidence of what is happening to them, how they're making it out. They're not saying anything. It's just a few people are always saying, hey, yes. And we appreciate that. But it would be wonderful. I am here because I want to be here, and I'm here to absorb and learn. And if there's something that's working, that I'm first to want to be on board, right? That's why I'm here. I don't have to be here, but I'm here because I believe in what we're doing. I am convicted about what we're doing, but the problem is I just believe that there's a missing element. And that missing element needs to be addressed. And from time to time, I bring it up, and it makes me look like I'm this little idiot who don't know the hell he's talking about, and everybody want to come down on me. And look.
Well, Justice Willie, we're not coming down on you. We say that all the time. You know we love you.
Because,
we're going to tell our truth. You cannot deny our truth.
And I want to embrace that truth. I want to be a part of that truth. That's why I'm here. And that's why, for me, as a pragmatist, I like practical demonstration of what works. And so the Bible says, prove all things, hold fast that which is. Why is somebody echoing me, please? Yeah, prove all things, hold fast that which is good. So take the good and throw away the bad. That's why I'm here.
So, Willie, We cannot make you see all the stuff that we put, because it's over 500 videos of proof. Over 500 videos of proof of what we've done. But if you don't go back and look at them, we can't. We can't continue to try and rehearse that to you every meeting. We're not going to do it. You can go back and look at the proof and the evidence. We showed everything. Everything.
But I don't.
We showed everything. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please. We're not here to prove ourselves to you. You must prove you to you. You know what the law is. We've quoted the Constitution about them all caps and them bottomry instruments. We've quoted the United States codes. We've quoted the Universal Commercial Codes. We've quoted the federal rules for civic procedure. We've even quoted all other codes. We've quoted every code and that we've elevated to law. We've shown you all of that. We're not going to spend an hour each time trying to convince you.
No, and I don't expect you to do that.
Wait, let me finish. I let you go on and on. I'm gonna say this.
Mm-hmm.
It is up to you, Justice Willie, to go back and look at all that evidence on the public record. We did it because, and then we're talking about, you mentioned something about voting earlier and things. We vote here because this is our nation, this is our government, this is our Congress, this is where laws are made. That's why we vote. Now, we're not going to spend an hour each time trying to get you to go back and look at the evidence. It's kind of like a judge trying to judge a case without even hearing it. That's futile. We're not going to do that. We will ask and request that you go back and look at, yes, all 500 and something videos before you make a statement that you've not been shown anything.
Okay, so may I respond? And just quickly respond.
Yes,
right. I'm just going to say, for me, videos, there are millions of videos out there telling people to do this and do that. They're lacking evidence of they did this and it worked. I'm not seeing people come forward to say, I know about the video you're talking about, and I'm not seeing people say, come there, see there, I did it, and look, oh, I got this, and those are very rare. The only one right now I can remember, some time ago you sent out some stuff and you were showing the green stuff and they came back and everything was good. I'm talking about demonstrations like that where somebody can show that, look, this I'm not paying lights, I'm not paying water, I'm not paying this, I'm not paying taxes. Hey, I'm free. Look, and this is what I do. The demonstrations work. So here's the evidence. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the education which you're providing. I'm talking about the evidence that it is working.
Okay. He that hath an ear will hear and will see the evidence. It's there. It's on the public record. That's not the first time, showing receipts from a postal trust, a universal postal trust. That's not the first time we show evidence. We've been showing it all along. Justice Willie, he that hath an ear, let him hear. He that doesn't, we will send some energy so that the ancestors will continue to show you. But if you keep a birth certificate in your eye, it's gonna kind of mute some of what you might see. So let's move on now. Beyond that, let's move on, because he that hath an ear is going to hear. He that hath an eye is going to see.
Islam Empress.
Can we please move on?
If it's possible, I could ask Justice Willie a brief question.
Please, can we move on?
Okay.
Because I don't think your question is not going to assist him in seeing. His demonstration is going to assist him in seeing. He has to demonstrate it for himself before he will see it. But he's looking for help outside of himself, and we can't keep going through that.
That is the question I wanted to ask him.
Let's move on, please. We've been through this before. So now, All must demonstrate for yourselves. All must do that. We stand here today because we have demonstrated. Now, I heard someone say something a little earlier about their perspective as they're demonstrating. We demonstrate from the place of already having access to our estate and everything. That's where we demonstrate from, because that's where we really actually are. Okay? All the laws that we've placed on the public record thus far are manifested and manifesting. It's just a matter of can we see it? And that's one thing that we are here to do, is to help our whole nation interpret what they're seeing so that they will know that what they're seeing is what it really is. Okay, that's important. Islam, Empress.
I want to say that when I came to the Moorish discussion, my intention was to understand who was it about. That was my first question.
Yes.
And then I found out it was about me. And for the first time in my life, and this year I am 75, but for the first time in my life, 3 years ago or so,
yes,
I found out that there was something in the world about me.
Yes.
And what it said to me was, I have been outside in the rain, and I took my children there, and
yes,
I want to get them out of the rain. And my intention was to become a Moor. This one intention have got me caught looking at how to learn about that and what to do and what action I can take. I think for me, I had it easy because I had this intention to be a Moor. I did not know fully what it was. What I knew was it was about me.
Yes.
And I had not seen anything in all of my years truly about me. So what I would like to do at this point is to just say to each and every Moor on this platform, I thank you for being here. I thank you for what you offer to this group. I thank you because of what myself and my family are gaining from it. And Taji, I want to thank you for your patience, for your effort, for your brilliance, for your time, for your writing of law, for your persistence in court action and law. And I want to thank you for reaching to Tariq, who truly is a real teacher. And I want to thank again the young ones, the ones coming up behind us. I don't know where they are right now, but they are coming. As we come forward and take hold of this mantle that is ours, being a Moor, I yield. Thank you.
Islam. Thank you so much for that. You were a Moor before you knew you were a Moor. You were born that. You were predestined to be who you really are, Islam. We all came here Moor. And it's no coincidence that the word, no matter how you spell it, means an increase in wealth and estate and all that, and clarity. No matter how you spell the word Moor, it means increase. And also love, yes, and Shasha. So I will encourage, as we've encouraged previously, if you are having issues with seeing, spend less time looking in the funny mirror. That will help everyone, but you most importantly. Spend less time. Go on a fast from the funny mirror, YouTube, and all of that, where they're talking about things that don't talk about nationality. And the more you spend looking at you, the clearer things will be. We're not trying to compete with the funny mirror. All people have to do is just turn it off and then study themselves. That's it. That is how you win. That's how you see the eye is a muscle for a reason. It's a muscle. It must be trained to look and erudited to look. So with that being stated, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom about this Fifth Amendment taking process that we talked about today?
Islam Empress.
Islam.
I have two questions, right? But I want to take it back a little to the lien, levy, and bond.
Yes.
If you will to expound. As I had watched one of your demonstrations, because I'm in the process of demonstrating lien, levy, and bond on the conveyance.
Yes.
Now I saw that you had two entities on the bond.
Mm-hmm.
One was Mercedes, and another one was another Mercedes location.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I am planning on doing the process, but I not only wanted to lien just the dealer, I wanted to lien also the manufacturer. So is it possible I could put both the dealer and the manufacturer on the bond document itself? I know I could do it on the lien, but onto the bond and the levy, I could also include it on the bond and levy as well, both
Yes.
the dealer and the manufacturer?
Yes, on the bond, everything is spelled out. Okay, on the bond, everything is spelled out. On the lien and the levy, that's where all of those fraudulent two-letter states and things like that go.
Okay. I'm familiar with spelling out all the names of the entities and all of that, but I only wanted to know if I could put both entities onto the bond and the levy as much as I would have it on the lien.
The restated ones, yes.
Okay. Thank
and
you.
That's what we just put. We bonded the manufacturer, the place of manufacture. We bonded that address to the land, and then we bonded the local place. The local place.
That would be the dealer.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what I was asking.
The dealership. We're the dealer, but it would be the dealership, the place.
Correction. Right.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Gratitude.
Thank you for your work that you're doing, Justice Anthony.
Indeed. It's just a start, Empress. I'm doing a whole lot. Sooner or later, you're going to hear about it because I don't talk much when I'm doing things, I just do them. And then when I get the results, then it's there to see, not to talk about.
Yes, all we're doing is getting results of everything. Everything every word we've spoken has a result. We just have to look.
I don't harbor doubts in my mind about what I'm doing. Yeah. When I do it, if it don't work, I'll keep. If it don't work, then I have to say it don't work. But until then, I can't say that it won't work and that I have any doubts about it.
And you also have to know the whole process, because some people thought that the lien was the only process by which possession was gained. And so when they did a lien and didn't get possession, they thought, oh, it didn't work. That's not true. There's more to it than that. That's all. But we must know each step in the process. And now we're at the place now, oh my word, where we don't have to do a whole lot of everything. All we have to do is sign properly and cancel or revoke and keep moving.
Indeed, Empress.
That's been done already. It's already been proven.
Like I said, I can't say it's not going to work. I have to prove it first.
And so you have to prove it to yourself. You wouldn't even be
right to me. That's why I'm saying I'm not going to talk. I'm going to do it. And after it's done, then you'll see the results.
Yes. We already proved by our presence here and us not being locked in a cell against our will. We already proved. You know, we already proved. We don't need any more. We don't need anybody else to do anything else. All the other stuff is icing on our cake. All of that's icing on our cake.
Exactly. Not here. I don't know about anyone else. Like you said, I could only speak for myself. So I'm not here to watch what anyone else is doing or what they're not doing or what they say can't happen. I know I have the potential to do it for myself.
Yes, of course.
And that's what I'm doing.
That's the point of a sovereign, is do it yourself.
Yeah. Anything that I don't know, I'm going to ask questions. I'm going to say, Empress Light, how is this done or how that's done? And eventually I'll get it right.
And most likely we can point you to about 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 or 12 or 500 videos that'll show you.
Oh, I don't have no problem searching. I don't have no problem with that.
Indeed, nobility.
Islam Empress.
Are there any other questions, comments about now, let me just say this too really quickly. Moors, let me just ask you, how many of you saw the movie V for Vendetta?
Islam.
I did.
Okay. So, Justice Willie, you do know that whole movie is about the all caps name and the Fifth Amendment. That's what that movie is about. The all caps has always been a mask. It hides the real us. That's what the all caps was doing, was attempting to hide us. And all the movie V was about is the Fifth Amendment. V is 5 in Roman numerals. Okay, so that's why they used that letter, because it's the number 5. It's pointing to the Fifth Amendment and the mask piece, and saying that those have to come off in order for people to do anything, or be, in order for wealth to come. Because if you'll notice in the movie, he was extremely wealthy with that mask on, but it had to come off. They were looking for him. They were looking to put hands on him. Pair that with, at the quote-unquote inauguration, because we know it wasn't real, of the actor Donald Trump, how his wife was dressed as the character in V, but she didn't have on a mask. And he did not put his hand on an all-capitalized Bible. He just took an oath. All of that goes together. All of that goes together with what's happening right now. They knew capitalism was going to be suspended by us. They knew that. Okay. So we're going to continue moving forward with, again, these processes to access things that we will to access. There's another movie that I hadn't even paid any attention to.
Point of interest?
Islam Empress.
Yes, Islam. I have a question in regards to what you had just mentioned. I know that they said on the 3rd of January, I believe it was, of this 2025, they said that, the Moors had given eviction to them in the White House. And, of course, that's when Donald Trump had just, was about to go in. And then he went in, and there was a bunch of course, he started doing a bunch of executive orders and all this stuff and whatever else. This, that, and the third. But I'm just wondering if you are aware of that, and do you know anything about this, the eviction they had received?
So they're not real government. And that place was listed as a capital. That means that's a place where capitalized records are held. That's what capitals are all about. That's why every state had a quote-unquote capital. That was to capitalize the people. Okay.
Sorry. With the cancellation of the all capital and military law, because that has apparently just been passed, I would believe that it has something to do with that, with the Moors giving them eviction. notice.
Who passed some military law?
No, Donald Trump had mentioned that they are canceling military law, that it's no longer valid. It's void ab initio.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
So you go back and look at our videos from about maybe 4 years ago. We did a court action specifically calling that actor and all 50 something of the ones that were acting as governors, and we sat them down. Okay, we leaned and sat them down by court action, and the court action we recorded and put it on the public record, and they saw it. If you go on to Google and Google Washington, D.C. live cam or sky cam, and you look at that building, there's no one in it. So, quote unquote, live camera will show you there's no one there. They haven't been there. And then, you know, when we issued that order, some were saying, oh, they're using a fake set. They built it in Virginia, or they're using a fake set and it was this and that place.
Okay, so that would be why I'm hearing that they're now going to start up. I guess they're going to go execute something else in Virginia. Is it? I can't remember which state they're going to be moving to. Something like this was mentioned.
They're actually, just for the record, they're coming out of Hollywood with all of that stuff. It's just set, props, and all of that. That's what all of that was. They're just going back to where they came from, because see, Virginia is where Jamestown is. Virginia is also where the Moor King Charles sent them initially from the beginning. So that building where the actors were saying, oh, this is, you know, the FBI building at Langley. No, that's where they were sent. It was an insane asylum, that building. Just like the State Department, the State Department building at DC, quote unquote, was an insane asylum too. It was called St. Elizabeth's Asylum, insane asylum.
Okay, so that makes sense what you're saying, because they were talking about the fact that Elon Musk said that the AI will, the animus is going to be out of there. Oh God, okay, this is getting really interesting.
You know, we try just limit the amount of time you hear the stuff coming from there, because all they're doing is trying to give hints that that they have to do exactly what we stated.
Right. Yes.
But if we spend more time looking at it than we do studying ourselves, it's going to have an effect on what we see. And we don't. That's not helpful to each one of us. It's not helpful.
Correct. I yield.
Yeah, it for us at this point, it's all comedy, and we laugh at that stuff because we know why they're saying what they're saying in their enactments of exit. They're exiting. They have exited. So, you know, we would encourage as many as possible to turn that funny mirror off for as long as you can if you know that you think it's real. And we know you don't, Empress, but we're saying about others. If you think that that's real, just turn it off, and give yourself 2 weeks of not hearing anything about an actor named Donald Trump, an actor named Elon Musk, and Washington D.C. If you give yourself 2 weeks, you will know in your spirit that that's not real. Because the only way people think it's real is because they keep turning on the computer and looking that stuff up. That's the only way. It does not even affect your everyday life. It doesn't. It doesn't affect your everyday life. You've never even seen a Donald Trump. And those that do know that it was a stage, it was a setup, it was theater. They have a script. And so did fake courts. Fake courts had scripts. that they had to read. All of that was acting. And they even tell you they're acting this and acting that. So please, if you think that that stuff is real, just fast from it for a few days, and your spirit will begin to affirm to you that you are real and that the things around you are real in terms of the things that you decide to create and claim and put documentation and paper on about. That's the only way you'll see you, is to stop looking at someone that's pretending to be you. They were pretending to be you. And that's not who that is. They're not sovereign. They're not government. They're not Moors. They're not any of that. They're actors and subject to the Moors. And if you can't see it that way, stop looking at them for a while and watch how nothing they say becomes real until you turn it on and start believing it. Nothing they say will even make sense.
They're actors.
If you listen, if you stop listening for a month, they're really going to be ass out. I'm just saying, you'll be like, how did we believe that mess in the first place? If you took 30 whole days and did not clicked away purposely from any video that has Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and Washington D.C. If you every video you see, just click not interested, not interested, not interested. It's your interest in it that gives life to the lie. I bet you'll see some results of your demonstrations then. Go ahead, Nobility.
Islam.
You'll be able to see then. Islam, Nobility.
I have a young Moor that's starting to wake up. He's 13 years old, and he has a question he wanted to address to the
Islam. Senate. First, let us say we welcome you, welcome you, welcome you. You are our future, and we absolutely love you. How can we assist?
Islam. My appellation is Rashan Royal Spencer, and I have a question about how do we do the process and understand of how we get things, like as we're Moors.
So, Chief Justice Rashan, did I pronounce your appellation correctly, Rashan?
Yes, Islam.
Okay, Chief Justice Rashan, the way that is demonstrated on obtaining things is by first knowing who you are, so you got that part covered already. And then become as competent as possible in writing your own documentation, writing your own affidavits, writing your own laws that have to do with you and how you obtain things. And when you write self-governing, and self-government is done in writing. Due process, yes. So, Chief Justice Rashan, we're just so grateful that you asked. Hopefully, we're clear on the writing part. It's all about writing what you know to be your will. Because see, you have a living will, and you're considered an adult. You're considered of the majority already. So it is important that as you go through your daily life and you see things that you will to obtain or to change or to use or to access, that you first learn the court action language. We'll give you even specific language for your documentation that you can become very familiar with. And that's court action language. Court action language, Chief Justice Rashawn, is simply knowing that anyone that you're speaking with about things has to properly give them your name, or give you their name rather. So the court action language is all rise and stand. What is your name? And that's how you begin the process of obtaining things. Is first knowing who you are and knowing who anyone else is that has things that you will to obtain. And then write it out, write the laws, write them out. And it doesn't have to be as long as ours is. Just write according to your understanding, how you heard it, how you understand and overstand. Write according to how you overstand things. It doesn't have to be exactly like we write it. It can be the way you see it and perceive it. Your authority, because you have as much authority as any of us do. Islam. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We're so proud of you, just so that you know.
Islam.
Just a moment. This whole nation is very proud of you, Chief Justice Rashawn. Islam.
Thank you, Empress.
Islam.
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 Yes, I have another question, but before I do, I want to say something to the young justice. We're happy to have you here with us, and if I may suggest to you, what you could do is just meditate a lot and connect with your ancestors. They are going to guide you. Everything that you hope for and wish for in becoming a successful Moor, they will guide you. They have started to do it because I could see it from a young age. They have chosen you.
Yeah. So
just keep in touch with them as much as you can, and they're going to guide you and put you on the right path. Enough love, youth, man. Enough love and respect. It's love. Okay, now, Empress, do you have a copy of your live allodial birth certificate? I have seen it in the video.
Yeah.
Is it possible I could get a copy of yours that I could edit and use in my demonstration?
It's in the 40-something document.
Your birth certificate?
It is.
With the statue of at the bottom of it?
Oh, you're talking about the bond.
Yes, exactly.
The birth certificate bond that we created, that binds our birth certificate to the land.
Right.
And lost at sea, that one.
Right.
I don't have a copy of it right this moment, but if you could, just look at what's in the video and create it to the best of your ability. It's going to come out.
I would try to do it, but the thing is, my computer doesn't have all the features that allows me to do it.
That just means that yours is going to look slightly different, but guess what? It's valid.
Okay.
It's valid. 100. We've done this whole thing without having Word. We have WordPad, but we don't have Word. So we just had to make do with what we have.
Islam. Can you explain that for me? Because I thought that we were distancing ourselves from all that birth certificate and thing. So now to say we're creating one as a bond, can you, I don't know where along the way I misunderstood. Can you explain what is happening here? Because for me, I'm hearing a contradiction.
So it's definitely not a contradiction. Anything that you did not write is not yours and does not apply to you. So you must create your own. And particularly anything created by a corpse. If you can't even see or talk to whoever it was that made that thing, a fake birth certificate. Can you pick up the phone and call them? No. You're going to get either machines or it's going to be a war situation. You're going to get civilian personnel, which is war. Those are war terms. So you're going to get a department. A department is the same as the dearly departed. It's dead. That's why they use the word department. So you'll get a Department of Vital Statistics. Well, that's the dearly departed. So
that's the departure lounge.
Exactly. So here's another biblical reference to that also. The devil energy never created anything original. Only God is the creator of original things. Okay? So you must create your own everything, if you will, to access that part of the estate, whatever it is, and put it on the public record. No one even has the authority to decide when you were born, when you were birthed. No one can say that but you. No one can say that but you. Period. So you must create your own everything. We are our own courts. So, of course, we created our courts. They've been since time immemorial, and here we stand. So why wouldn't we create our own documentation that's properly supported and backed? Our birth certificates are backed by gold. They are literal gold instruments. Why would we use something that's not natural? Why?
Okay, so you're to understand, you're saying it's okay to mirror them, but you're doing it in your own way. Is that clear to say?
They mirrored you. They copied and mirrored you. That's why we call it a funny mirror. Everything that they've done, there's nothing new under the sun. Everything that they did was a copy or a mirror or a reflection. That's why they say they are made in the image of God. They're not God. They were an image or a reflection or a mirror of.
And what law would we be following when we create a birth certificate bond?
So that is the establishment of legal wealth.
Okay.
So why would they create anything? It's to move seamlessly within the legal system that we created. That's why we do it. Because
basically what she's saying, Justice Will, is that it's necessary for you to have one, but not just the one that they create.
We have to rebut everything that they created. We have to.
Right.
We must rebut it because it's fraudulent.
Right.
And Justice Willie, most importantly, where contract law is concerned, that which starts in fraud stays in fraud. That which starts in truth stays in truth. So, for example, the $10 million check that I wrote, that the system recognized, it started in truth. So it stays in truth, even though the system, all systems recognize it, it stays in truth. Because we created the check from nothing, and I can't say nothing, from our energy we created the check, and then we sent it to the subjects in the office of the banking system, and the system recognized, oh, hey, here's a $10 million check. Let's record it, because that's what we're supposed to do. That's what systems do, they record. So it's important that we create our own wealth. And really, we're creating the evidence of our own wealth. We're not there. So why would we... Go ahead, Nobility.
Yes. I'm sorry. And with that, Empress, it reminds me, I wanted to ask you prior, how do we create that proof of funds?
So we showed what proof of funds looks like, where we created a check, we mailed it to the right place, the right address, everything was spelled out. That's our system. Okay, so that's how you do it. You create a check of your own, you've restated the bank account numbers and everything, so you have the numbers. You know what that looks like. Create a check and mail it.
That is the numbers on your bank account, on your card and all that. That the card information.
Yes, or you can do it by way of the Treasury account, which there's a routing number to the Treasury, and there's also the state security number that's been restated, right?
Okay.
The security number. So you create that check and you mail it, and you keep a copy of the tracking for that. As long as you send it through the post office, that's proof of funds.
And who we're sending this check to? To whoever we want to make a purchase?
You can no, you want to send it to the financial system that says you have money. So you'll send it to your Treasury account.
Okay.
To the Treasury. Treasurer.
Okay.
Send it to the Treasury so that you have proof of funds. And
which Treasury though? You're talking about our Treasury, or are you talking about the Treasury that they are managing?
They don't have a Treasury. Theirs is not real. There's only one Treasury.
Okay.
Where are the Treasury?
They're not real. That's like saying that Julia Roberts or some actor or actress is the treasurer. No, they're not. They're actors. So we send it to the real one where we spell everything out. For us, this is where we sent ours. When we sent our, and I'll make this a little bigger so you can see it. When we sent our, whatever we sent out, we sent it to this Treasury address right here. And it got where it was going. It was accepted by the Treasury system. And we have proof that it was received by the Treasury. And we usually put this in blue. Just a moment, let me see. Let me put it in blue. We put it in blue. And we would even say, if you will to do this, subject, whoever it is, that's the subject in the office of treasurer, which there usually isn't anybody. So we can just send it straight to the treasurer. At the time, it was I think that was a subject at the time, but not anymore. I think the subject is something like that, or something of that nature. Something like that. I don't remember exactly who it is, but we even sent it this way, and it got there and was accepted, and we received affirmation that it was received.
And one more question, Empress.
Mm-hmm.
Is it true? I don't know if you have any knowledge of it, that they have changed the address to 55 Water Street.
No, 55 Water Street is where all of that paper was coming from. That Federal Reserve, quote unquote, Federal Reserve paper.
Right.
That's all of the quote unquote securities were coming from.
I heard they moved that to a different location. Is it true? To a different.
They were never where they said they were in the first place.
Because that address is on the bond. We have to use that address on the bond as you have demonstrated, so we could still use it there.
But Justice Anthony, we spell ours all the way out. They don't.
Right.
So it's not the same address.
No, I'm talking about the number, like the 55 Water Street. They have changed that location to somewhere else. So with that, I was asking if we should still add that 55 Water Street on our bond, or try to find the new address to the new location.
No, our process is already on the public record.
Okay.
So we keep our process for what it is. There's a huge difference between that. Now, this is two different places. Let me just make it clear, and we've done this before. This is not the same place, okay? These two addresses are completely different from each other.
Right, because one is spelled out, which is the correct one.
So when we send things out and we're speaking to our court, we would send it as stated on the top. We don't speak to the dead at NY. NY is not a state. 55 Water St is not a street. It's a st,
right.
which is nothing, which doesn't exist.
Okay.
Okay. So we're not speaking to the same place. Okay. Everyone must be aware of that particular fundamental. It's a fundamental. And then let's just show really quickly.
So that means if you're leaning them, do you put their exact the way they put it, or what do you do? You put it you lean the exact way they put it when you're identifying them, right?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
But when you bond this one, the one that goes all the way out.
Okay.
That's a huge difference, Justice Willie, and it makes all the difference in the world as to location. And that's what we were talking about, which brings us all the way back to what we spoke about initially, where revocation of contracts. If the contract is they're pretending like the contract is being made here. Oh, let me go back. They're pretending that the contract is being made here. Well, it's not for you and for us. For us, it's being made here. And that's why cancellation is so important. Because cancellation is based on proper location. Islam. Yes, we can hear you. Empress, where are you? We can't hear you now. It's going to Empress Imani.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So here's the question. I'm going to try to mute one of these because I hear feedback. My question is, does our banking process works the same for credit unions?
Why would it be any different?
Well, I didn't think so, but I know credit unions is slightly different from banking because the quote unquote so-called ownership is the members. The members, yes.
So the members, each one of the members is still the people. The people own all banking systems. So there's really no difference between them. We just have to state that we're the people and we're not their corporate person, because that's what they were pretending to that we were. When they say this is owned by, it's owned by the people are shareholders. No, they pretended to make everybody a person, and because the people didn't rebut it, they got treated like persons and got handed a bunch of debt.
Islam. Thank you.
Islam. See, we tend to separate and divide them out as if each entity is different from the other one. A corpse is a dead corpse is a dead debtor corpse. They're all the same. And they were all attempting to do court actions on anyone who didn't know that we are the law. When we didn't know we were the law, they were pretending that we were corpses. And they were pretending to be the creditor and calling us the debtor. But we've rebutted that. Yes, Justice Hotep Bey, all of the addresses have to be stated that way, the way that we stated them. So on liens, you're leaning all of that abbreviated crap because it's not real. And what we were going to show you is the definition for the word abbreviation. So let's show you that really quickly. The definition for the word abbreviation. Just a moment. Let's get all the way there really quickly. Almost there.
So let's do that. And
just a moment. Oh, I just saw one that we probably can look at too really quickly, and this is why I try not to bring up the dictionary too often, because I'll end up looking at all kinds of everything. Now look, actor. Let's look at that word, actor. A patron, a proctor, an advocate, or pleader, one who acted for another in legal matters, one who represented a party and managed his cause. An attorney, a bailiff, or steward, one who managed or acted for another. No one represents us, so we don't need actors to do anything for us. Okay, but let's look at the word abbreviation really quickly. Let's see. A, B. Abbreviations. Shorten conventional expressions employed as substitutes. That means that someone is not using the real thing, they're using a substitute. For names, phrases, dates, and the like, that's what we talked about the dates now. We talked about the dates earlier. To put the month first and then the day and then a comma and the year, that's a substitute for a real date because that's not the order. It's not the proper order that dates happen. It's either day, month, and year or year, month, and day. So even dates can be abbreviated. If they abbreviate the month and say AUG instead of August, that's not a real date. Not real. It's a substitute. And what they're doing when they do that, it says here, for the saving of space, of time in transcribing, etc. They're changing the times and the space, the time and the location. So that's what space is. Space is a location. That's why it's not valid. So when they say, oh, he got to be at court on August the 5th, 2025, that doesn't even exist. It's not even competent. Or Jan the 3rd, 2025. No, that's not real. And then they'll give a fake address with abbreviations and substitutions. There's no place. That's why we say a two-letter state that's not real. It's a substitution for something it's not real. It's a change. And if you change the address, then you're not going to the right place. So that is all that we will to state at this time for the for this platform for today. We will meet again. We probably let's see. We are going to. I'm proposing to the Congress that at some point we take about 30 days to just prepare. 30 days to prepare. That would mean no Congress for the 30-day period. No Sunday Congress. Unless you all will to meet during that time period. But at some point, I'm just proposing it. We'll talk about it maybe at the next Congress and see how that works. Islam nobility.
Do you provide like an agenda for Congress or minutes of the meetings?
When we post it on YouTube, that is the minutes and the agenda.
Oh, it's posted before meeting? Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh, it's posted. So of course it's posted before, because we always state that we're having Congress at this day, at this time, and we're going to talk about the law. It's always posted. It's ongoing. It's
I think what would be good too, if you maybe have it like while you're deliberating, you could probably have it on the screen so that we have each item checked off, so we help to keep you on track and not people like myself help to divert the Congress from.
Justice Willie, the Congress is fluid, so
okay, well that's good.
Because we make room to really just dialogue. Yes, we see, the thing about Congress is that there are no topics that are not connected to other topics. There's no break or difference in the law. The law is the law. So we make sure that we have time to go into other areas that seem like they're unrelated, but they really are still related. Because ultimately, at the foundation of everything that we do, ultimately is our nationality. Is identity, proper identity of the parties.
And I just want to let it be on record that I do appreciate you. I appreciate the work that you do, and you do it. You give so selflessly. You're not charging. You're not asking for anything in return. And we do admire your brilliance and your work that I know you put in a lot of work in coming up with all of these things from time to time. So we want to salute you and what you're doing, and much love and appreciation.
Thank you, Justice Willie. That is mutually among all of us. We appreciate each other that way. So I'm grateful, and thank you for making that statement on the record. We appreciate you too. You know that.
You're most welcome.
Yeah. Islam. Each and every one of us brings so much power and wisdom to the table that this is just a filling meal each time we meet. So we will take some time to renew, and this is renewing for us also. So for us, it's but we're going to look at upgrading some of the things that we do and the way we do them, and because as we grow in the trade and as well as governing and our courts and everything, I know that the ancestors are going to have us meeting face to face with one another as well. So we're preparing for that even now. Even now. This process today is going to assist with that as well, you know. So at some point, maybe we'll talk about it at the next Congress if you all will put that reminder on your agenda that we talk about taking some time away from this platform. And all we're doing is just manifesting more tangibly, you know, here, like we always do. Just take some time to do that and to prepare to meet face to face. We must do that. That is so important. And for us to do that, I know for me, for us, I'm always, as I'm studying, I'm making notes for the next Congress based on the previous Congress and questions that came in the previous Congress, as well as things that the ancestors asked that we highlight and bring forth. So at some point, we will to take some time away from this platform, not from governing, not from Congress, because we're always the Congress, whether we come together on this platform or not. We're still the government, still the law, all of that. So just give that some thought, nobilities, and we'll talk about it in the next Congress or two.
Islam Empress.
Islam nobility.
Before we close out, I want to say love and gratitude to Justice Mosey Bay for the Thursday Roundtable. Enough love and respect.
So you all had the Thursday Roundtable?
Yes, Empress.
Beautiful. See?
Enough love and respect to that, Bridget.
Please continue that. That's important. That is so important.
Indeed, Empress.
And then I may take some time, but the Congress, that does not mean Congress cannot meet if we're not present. If I'm not present, Congress can still meet, you know, right here on this platform. So please keep that in mind as well. And that might even be a better option than just altogether not meeting. It might be a better option to meet at the platform, and we'll ask a couple of the empresses to coordinate, to lead the coordination of that. You know.
So the question is, who are you preparing to take up that role should you not be able to fit in any particular day?
Ask that again, nobility.
No, I'm just asking. Have you had anyone in training? Are you mentoring anyone? Should you not be able to function, that they can take over and like deputize for you until you're able? Because that's what I've learned. Good leaders always have a replacement or a substitute just in case one day they can't go. They say, fill in for me, and they fit in your shoes perfectly, or, you know, maybe not as perfectly, but, you know, it's always good to be having mentors you teach them how you do things and, you know, the ropes and all of that. I think that's necessary, and that's good leadership.
Thank you for that question, Justice Willie. My response to that is there is not a single Congress people among us who cannot do what I'm doing. I trust each and every one of you to do it. So there is one other empress that does have access to the platform in the same manner that I do. We will to have at least two or three empresses who have, and the reason I say empresses is for obvious reasons. This is a matriarchal government. We know that because that's in alignment where nature is concerned. So, but we're not opposed to any of the Many of the nobles doing it as well. So there is one other empress, but we will to have at least 3 empresses who have the password to this platform and access to this platform the same way we do, so that they can lead this process. We don't lead people, we lead processes. So they can lead the process at will. Yeah. So the answer to your question is everyone can, any one of the Congress members can do it. Anyone can do it. I trust this Congress and the knowledge and information that we have. Yep. And think about it. When we come together and let the Spirit lead us in questioning and each other and talking about processes and bringing things up, you know, so that's not something any of us couldn't do. We could all do that. Because I'm not doing it by myself. We have each other. So that's why, you know.
I don't agree in terms of competence of delivery and presentation, yes, but there may be a different mindset or a different idea, like, you know, in every I don't want to use the word organization, but there are certain rules of government. There are principles, ethics, there are code of conduct, there are doctrines, so to speak, or certain things that you have to, like, I couldn't bring a corrupt process and say I'm deputizing for you, because they would kick me out and say, no, we don't believe in that, because where are you going with secure party creditor? We don't believe in that. We don't believe in that. It's claiming that, you know, so we have to have a guidance, a standard by which we follow.
But so, Justice Willie, if that process works for you, we don't say you can't use that process. If it works for you, you're sovereign. You can do whatever you want to do. We don't tell sovereigns what to do. That's the thing.
No, but I'm saying if somebody should be taking over to sit in your chair, so to speak, then that, like some organization, like when I used to be a Seventh-day Adventist pastor, no matter what I believe, I have to teach what the church teaches. Or if I come with my own thing that is contrary to the church, they're going to kick my ass out, right? Right. They're gonna, if I bring a different thing than the teaching of I have to say the church says so and so, or the Bible says so and so. Maybe I don't agree with it, maybe I don't like it, but I'm getting paid to teach what the church teaches. So similarly, in Congress, there are certain principles by which we abide, and we have to follow those principles, because if you go diverting, now you're corrupting the process. Would you agree?
Justice Willie, no. This is not a club. This is not a membership. It's certainly not. Yeah, it's not a club. It's not. This is not any of that. Therefore, the sovereigns have full authority over what the processes that they choose to use. The sovereigns have complete authority over that. So there is the foundation of everything that we do is nationality. So yeah, if someone comes and they're saying, well, but we're black and we're proud. If they're saying that, we're like, no, mute. No, we're not.
Exactly. I'll go claim the birth certificate.
Well, we can't even tell you not to do that. We can encourage you and suggest that you not do it, because we know what the outcome of that is. We know exactly. That. So those things are this Congress and the members of the sovereigns of this Congress already know all of that. This Congress is highly advanced in processes. Highly advanced in processes. I'll say it once more because it is a spell and it is the truth. This Congress is highly advanced where processes are concerned. So, with that being the case, we've had it where sovereigns will bring a process. We just like with Justice Johnny a couple of weeks ago, he fashioned his own delirium. So we say, okay, where can we make this fit in at? That's what we do. We just look for ways to make it fit in at. And as it turns out, all those whose estates are producing products, merchandise, and tangibles and natural resources and things of that nature, you have every right to create your own money based on what you produce, what you're bringing to the table. And we
So
all.
in other words, it's a democracy and not autocracy or laissez-faire.
It is this Congress, and we're different from anything you've ever seen. Yeah. And I do not have, everyone has as much authority and say-so as I do. I happen to be the coordinator, but I'm not the only coordinator. Each and every one of us has the authority and the know-how. We know how to coordinate the meeting. We know to be respectful of one another and try not to interrupt one another and things of that nature, and respect everyone's statements that they make, you know. But this is, we have to also know that we are different from anything we've ever seen. So we don't have hierarchies like what they had in the church and things like, we don't have that. We don't have that hierarchy thing, because we're all at the top. We're all at the top, all of us. Each and every one of us is the Chief Justice for this meeting, for this Congress. We've never seen that before, except something that was pretending to be a Supreme Court. But even they had a hierarchy then. We don't have one, because that's not how sovereigns and the Council for the Gods works. We are all the leader. And there are 0 followers here. That doesn't mean that others who hear it won't say, oh, we follow what they say. We can't stop them from saying that, and we don't try to stop them from saying it, because we know that once their sovereignty is made known in their spirit, they'll say, okay, I lead with the rest, with Light and the Congress and everyone. And Justice Willie, we all lead together. So this is different from anything we've ever seen out there. It's different. Yes. And we don't even shy away and back away from that. We embrace that. It's different. Because because every sovereign is strong. Every sovereign knows the law. Every sovereign has a vote and a voice, because we're competent and we know the law. That means all of us, Justice Willie, all of us. And that's nothing we've ever seen anywhere. No church had it, no mosque, no one, nowhere have we ever seen this many leaders all leading at the same time.
Oh,
and still getting along and doing it like we do it, Justice Willie. Yes, we have differences of how things go, but
I don't know why I get the impression that if we were in a physical location, they would have stoned me by now, like they stoned Stephen in the Bible, you know.
You know, we'll be in front of you like this. No, without an opinion, cast the first stone. So, yeah, Justice Willie, you do bring some heat to the Congress sometimes, but we love it.
Yeah, we can't all be passive. We're all different, right? And we need to ask the tough questions. If we don't ask the tough questions, what do we do when we go out there? And people ask us and probe. There are people who would, well, you know, recently I went on a show and everybody was, because they see Justice Willie, because you have given me and I fell in love with it. You're the one who called me Justice Willie, and I just loved it, and I started using it on my profile. So I went on this program, and the guy introduced me and said, we're going to meet a real judge tonight.
You best to believe it, better know it. They should know.
But on that platform, they were saying, oh, so who appointed you and which law school you went and all that? I'm saying, I don't work for the crown, sir. I'm a justice in my nation.
Wow.
They couldn't understand that. Oh, you're a fraud. You're a fraud. Get out of here.
No. That see, those type of questions, you go straight to nationality. Whenever you're talking about titles, straight to nationality. I would be like, first of all, who's asking that question? Who are you? What's your status on our land? Because the minute you say, what is your status on our land, whether they know it or not, they've already made you justice.
But we were talking about our own people, our own melanated people. That's the ones who are still asleep.
And what is your nationality on our land? What is your nationality on our land? That will help explain my title. Because see, that's a door opening wide open for us to talk nationality to the sleeping ones. Yes, Chief Justice Pauline Denise Ritchie, all day, every day, and all night too. On this land, we're making laws everywhere that even impact them. Come on now. Yes, identity would be the order for the day. Who are you? Who's asking that question? Okay, the reason you're asking that question is because you don't know who you are. Because, see, I put it back on them. You're a Chief Justice, too, by bloodline and birthright. But have you seen House Resolution 331-100 Congress second session that says that we're the law and that we wrote the Constitution? And that, see, we'll give it to them. We'll give them the business on that. It's all about identity. The only reason they would even question any of us is because they don't know who they are. And if you ask me, I'm going to tell you. By the time I get through, you're going to know who you are. Because it's not even about me. Someone asking a question like that is not even about me. That's about them. They need to know who they are. Who I am is secondary for them to who they are. And I would say the only reason that those questions are even asked is because of you automatically accept that someone that sends something in the mail and calling themselves a judge. You haven't even seen a law degree from them, and you'll go running down the street.
Very well said.
Because how many of us in the previous era, whenever they sent war rants and things, did we say, well, wait a minute, is he a real judge? And it wasn't even signed by a judge most of the time. It was never signed by a judge. And we didn't see a not NAM degree, nothing.
Yep, valid point.
And even the ones pulling us over on the side of the road, we didn't even see their police badge numbers and all of that. So who was that? It was a bandit because they were not properly identified. So that is why our ancestors said, all of you, in all your dealings, the first order of business is proper identification of the parties. And they can't even self-identify. Did you know corporations can't self-identify? They can't. We have to give them a title, and we don't give them titles. We have to give them their identity because they don't even have the authority to identify themselves. You see how powerful we are? So, this Congress is pure power with authority. Because some people have authority but no power. Some people have power but no authority. We have both. And the bloodline and birthright. Authority comes from making the laws. Make the law and you can enforce it. Make it first, because you can't enforce a foreign dead corpse's law, because that's not real law. Make the law first and then enforce it, and we're seeing that happen every day. all of fraud and fakery is getting in complete alignment with what we stated for them and them subjects on the land. We see that. Justice Willie, if you haven't had an opportunity to look at the previous Congress that we put on the public record, this previous one, take a look at it, because we actually took the time to point out these are things that the subjects previously acting as actors are saying, and this is based on the laws that we put on the public record. That's all we did, just about that whole Congress. With that being stated, we will adjourn at this time, and we will meet again on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern, and we'll discuss when, how, and where, we'll either take a break from Congress, or we'll have some of the Congress members to coordinate the Congress. Empress Shasha and Empress Cynthia, if I could meet with the two of you briefly for about 5 minutes after the Congress, if you're still present. Are the two of you still present?
I'm present, Islam.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'd like to, if you all will just hang on while we adjourn, I'd love to meet with the two of you briefly. Islam. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam, much, much, much peace and much love to you.
Islam.
Islam.